very good morning. We are live from CCC Grounds in Colombo for this second day action of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. It's West Indies taking on India in this second day action. Actually, it's tournament kicks off yesterday with 6 matches taking place in various venues in Colombo, and now it's for the day 2 action. So joining with me in the combox, Ashley Ratnaik. Ashley, very good morning.
A very good morning to you, Malinda, and a very good morning to all our viewers. Yes, welcome to the Papare, the Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, as we bring you the second day's play, the match happening between India and West Indies Over-50s. Well, it's a glorious day here at the CCC Ground. The sun is streaming down. There was a slight hiccup in the morning. The wicket had to be a little bit of touched up, so to say, and now everything is ready. The toss has been made. The 2 captains were in the middle a little while ago, and now they are walking back into the ground, into the shades of the pavilion, and well, we will begin play very soon.
Yes, indeed. India, we are talking about the teams here. India, they kicked off the tournament in a losing course. They lost to Australia yesterday. But West Indies, on the other hand, they overcame South Africa to win by 18 runs in their opening clash. So West Indies, they kicked off the tournament in a winning note. But India, they will look to bounce back today when they take on West Indies in this important clash for them to take that early advantage in this tournament.
Well, you're certainly right. The 2 officials who will be out in the middle today is Peter Tate and Suji Wahewawazam from Sri Lanka. In fact, 13 umpires have come down from overseas, and they'll be joined by 5 local umpires as well for this tournament. 56 matches scheduled, and most of the matches being played back-to-back. Yesterday we were at the Coles Grounds when the Sri Lankan Over-50s took on and then they won the match as well very convincingly yesterday, and it was a glorious game of cricket yesterday, and some of the yesteryear cricketers like Saman Jayant and Ruin Peris showing their class, and that was against the USA side led by Sanjeewa Weerasinghe, who turned out for Ananda College some years back, and then also captained NCC and was a prominent figure in the Premier Division cricket in Sri Lanka. Well, it was a losing cause yesterday. Sajith Fernando and Sanjeewa Weerasinghe did put up a serious fight as far as the Sri Lankan contingent was concerned, but the Sri Lankan team winning the match very convincingly yesterday. And today, we also have another 5 matches in addition to the one that is happening here at the CCC Grounds, and all these games have been played back-to-back, 45 overs a game, and each team can register 12 players, 11 can bat, and the 12th player can be allowed to bowl and coming in as a replacement as well.
Yes, indeed. Yesterday, Sri Lanka, the home team, host nation in this tournament of this edition, they beat USA by 6 wickets. And Pakistan also won a thrilling game over Wales, winning by just 3 runs. While New Zealand also sealed a comfortable win over UAE by 7 wickets as well. When we talk about the India and Australia clash, Australia won that game by 3 wickets. That 8-wicket stand take them home safely in the end with 1 over to spare. England also registered such a dominant win over Zimbabwe, chasing down that 221 target in 36.1 overs with 7 wickets in hand. And the other clash, West Indies, they managed to defend that 199 target against South Africa.
Well, both teams assembling in front of the main pavilion now for the national anthems. The West Indies in their traditional garbs in maroon and with yellow lettering, and of course the caps and the hats being worn by the West Indies team. And the Indians, the Over-50s Indian team, well, they are in their traditional blues with the pink sleeves and the lettering on their beautiful playing kits as well. So both teams assembled in front, and the national anthems to begin very soon.
Welcome to Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pua Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now, that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujitha Uduvana Sports Academy. Pujitha Uduvana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pua Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, So this is Pua Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pua Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Papare Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Hello, we are back at the CCC Grounds in Colombo. This is the match between West Indies and India, taking on in this second day action of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. So the tournament kicks off yesterday with 6 matches taking place, and also today 6 matches happening in several venues in Colombo.
So the two captains for today, Zamin Amin is providing the leadership for the West Indies Over-50s squad, and then for the Indian Over-50s squad it's Pawan Malik, there's Ganguly, there is Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Fakir Nagri, Nagesh Singh, Rajgopal Ayers, Mandan. Praveen Vijay, there's Ravinder Bandari, Sandeep Shind, and Vinyak Samant, and Suhail Masood, and then Sukuma Ramungun will be the 11 players who will be representing the.
Here you can see the West Indies lineup: Zamin Amin, Julian Boyce, Rajendra Dilraj, Farid Hossain, Stephen Howell, Shwar Maharaj, Basil Pazout, Sudesh Pazout, Terence Romain, Rajendra Sadio, and Anthony Sohadio as well in their lineup for these 12 players in this West Indies side.
Conditions here at the CCC Grounds looking absolutely brilliant. Hardly any cloud cover, and there is this dry breeze going across the grounds as well. And certainly it's going to be stifling hot conditions here. The two pools, Pool A and Pool B. Pool A, England, New Zealand, USA, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, UAE and Namibia. And Pool B consisting South Africa, Pakistan, Australia, West Indies, India, Wales and Canada.
So it's time for the pitch report with Kevin Dhananjay in the center.
It's day 2 of the IMC Over-50 World Cup, and we are here today at the CCC Cricket Grounds, where West Indies will take on India in a very crucial matchup. With the toss just being moments away, we'll have a closer look at the playing conditions. Well, to start off with the playing surface, on the offset, you may see a bit of green patches and bit of moisture on the surface, but if you have a closer look at it, this is a very, very inconsistent pitch. There are patches in certain areas, and the pitch is pretty hard in certain areas as well. But the concern for the batters and the bowlers will be that the patches that there are in this surface are in the areas where the batsman will go for a shot, especially those drive lengths. So yes, for the batters, this will be a very, very tricky surface to bat on. So if you are the captain winning the toss at this pitch, I believe you should have a bat first, because later on in the innings, it's going to open up, the cracks are going to open up, and it'll be a lot harder to bat on. But yes, if you bat first, there'll be a bit of movement early on in the 10 to 15 overs mark. But after that, the wicket will play a lot easier. But if you bat second, it'll be a lot harder, as I said before. And as far as the overhead conditions are concerned, it is bright, it is clear, and as per the looks, there won't be any rain whatsoever today. And I believe, as I said before, you should win the toss and you should bat. You should put runs on the board and put pressure when the batters come into play in the second innings, and the spinners will have a big, big say in this surface. Over to you in the commentary box.
So that's the pitch conditions are there. He mentioned that the pitch is really inconsistent. So there's a few cracks all around the pitch. So expecting to the teams who winning the toss, and they might opt to bat first to put up a decent total batting first in this surface because it's a really sunny day. So it's going to be a good game of cricket. So it's when talking about the match officials for this clash, Shan Hevawasam and Peter Tate will be officiating as the on-field umpires for this clash between West Indies and India in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. It's a 45 overs game in this tournament happening. It's not easy for these players playing in back-to-back days, and there's such a hot conditions here in Colombo. They will need to focus on their game going forward to make sure they are in the tournament for a little period, but they need to take that early advantage going forward in this tournament.
You're certainly right. Plenty of liquids will be required by all the players, no doubt about it. The bottles will be the water all around the boundary lines for sure, and of course it's the preservation of energy. And now we go back to the toss.
So it's time for the toss here in another crucial encounter. This time it's the West Indies taking on the Indian Over-50s. And I have the two captains with me, Zamin Amin from the West Indies and Pawan Malik from India. And I also have the two umpires, Peter Tate and Shriyan Hevawasam. Zamin Amin will toss the coin. Heads is the call. It is a tail. So West Indies have won the toss. What would you like to do?
We will take first strike.
Okay. And what do you think is going to be a good score on this surface?
Probably about 225, I reckon. That'd be a pretty decent score.
Okay, and it's been a quick turnover as well. You had a game yesterday. How have the lads recovered?
I think fairly well from from the information I got this morning. Still pretty sore, but most of the guys have recovered pretty well so far. So we'll see what happens during the game.
Okay, all the best for the game.
Thank you.
So what would you like to have done if you have won?
I think we would have batted first as well.
Okay, and what about your team? How have you guys recovered from yesterday? It's been a quick turnaround as well.
We've recovered fine. We have a big squad of reserves, so we just change around. So we're ready to go.
Okay, any idea of a score you are thinking to restrict the West Indians under?
No.
Okay. Good luck for the game.
Thank you.
So the news from the middle is that West Indies have won the toss and they will bat first.
So that's the news from the center. Is West Indies have won the toss and they have decided to bat first in these brilliant conditions here in CCC Grounds. They will be hoping to put up a very good total, challenging total to put India on the back foot, because they are under pressure. India on the back of losing their opening game against Australia. So they will need to bounce back in this tournament.
Well, yes, you're certainly right. So no surprises as expected. West Indies winning the toss in electing to bat first to make use of the conditions here. And well, it's going to be a very strong offside field. The Indian captain, Pawan Malik, setting the stage for more of an offside attack. 6 fielders on the offside, a third man, cover point on the boundary line, a short extra cover, mid off, and there is a solitary slip fielder on the offside, and on the onside, the mid on A short square leg.
Yes, the first ball. That's kept a little bit low. That's going to be a concern for the batters going forward in this innings. It's way down the leg side. Has to re-bowl that one.
So runs on the board for the West Indies. Courtesy a wide. Second delivery of the match. And they open their scoring.
Once again, not the ideal start from Pawan Malik for India. Two wides on the board for West Indies. Terence Romain and Anthony Sahadio is the opening batters for West Indies. And it's called a no ball. That's pretty high from the bowler. And it's going to be a free hit early on in this innings. The very first over for Romain will on strike for this free hit. Let's see. Oh, missed that. That's the better length from Pawan Malik.
So it's going to be a very long over for the Indian captain, Pawan Malik. Opening the bowling for the Indians, the over-50s. And of course leading from the front. 3 wides already in the over. And there was a no ball as well.
Short and cut away. It's a quick single. First runs from the bat of Terence Romain. He's off the mark. So Anthony back on strike for the first time. 4 runs on the board in this first over. Last ball coming up from Pawan Malik. He conceded 3 extras in this first over.
So Anthony Zahedio taking a strike for the first time in the match. The first 5 deliveries were faced by Terence Romain. 3 extras and 1 run scored off the bat.
Poor line and played it pretty easily in the air, and that's a boundary. First boundary in this contest as the end of the first over. West Indies 8 for no loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Anthony gets a boundary of his first ball, faced the last ball of the previous over. 8 runs came from that first over.
Bowler coming, right arm over to you.
So Terence Romain back on strike on 1 of 6. Anthony, on the other hand, he's struck a superb 100 yesterday against South Africa. He'll be high on confidence going into this clash as well. Played it late, down to third man, just a single. So Anthony back on strike. It's Nagesh Singh into the attack for this second over.
Well, both these teams have played one match already, and they realize pace off from the very first over. We saw that it was Pavan Malik. Certainly there was no pace in his bowling at all, just content in line and length, but he did get the line. Didn't get the line right on a number of occasions, and they bowled a couple of wides. And believe that it will be the same with Nagesh Singh, who is opening the bowling. The second over for the Indian Over-50s. Nagesh Singh. Very close call. Umpire thought of stretching his arms, that ball down the leg side. Perhaps the batsman shuffling across brought in that hesitation by the umpire, and that is umpire Sriyan Hevavasan. Total remains on 9.
That's beautifully bowled once again, Nagesh. That's the area to bowl at, going across the left-hander. An easy single this time for Anthony.
So Nagesh Singh's bowling is gentle off cutters, bowling right arm over the wicket. And you saw on the previous occasion bringing that ball into the left-hander and perilously close to the off stump as he played and missed.
Dot ball to finish the second over. West Indies 10 for no loss end of the second over. Terence Romain had a brief outing yesterday against South Africa. Opened the batting, scored just 7 runs in 26 balls in an opening partnership of 31 runs with Anthony.
Well, Anthony Zahedio certainly brimming with confidence, having scored that very well compiled century in yesterday's outing against the South Africans. So he certainly is looking absolutely brilliant, very confident, no doubt about it. And perhaps reading the conditions here pretty well, as we see the Indians, well, in the very third over, they made the change in their bowling. So Pavan Malik has taken himself out. So realizing all they have to do is bowl wicket to wicket, keep it as straight as possible, concentrate on length and make sure the line is consistent. And it's Bandari who has come in at the first change, bowling gentle left arm leg spinners and bowling to Terence Romain. I beg your pardon, Anthony Zahedio.
Good start so far from Bandari. 3 dots on the trot.
Well, there you are, Malinda. So as we were talking even yesterday, looking at the conditions and then also considering the stroke play of most of these players, if you keep the ball straight, concentrate on your length, and it will be very difficult for the batters to get them away, and that's what the bowling side will be concentrating on. Preserve energy as much as possible in these hot, stifling conditions. Make sure that they bowl in the right areas. As you can see, though it's too early days here at the CCC Grounds, the wicket, well, the bounce has been consistent. There is a little bit of movement and help to the bowlers. Slight bit of drift. That's because of the breeze that is across the grounds. But then you can see there a little bit of bite and then also a little bit of spin and movement of the wicket as well.
So Bandari starts off with a maiden. End of the third over, West Indies 10 for no loss.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Nagesh Singh continuing to operate from the far end. And when the first delivery has been cut down towards the third man region, and a single to the West Indies. And well, my mind goes back to long years back. Malinda, I'm sure you were not even born then. Somewhere in the late 1970s, when the West Indies toured Sri Lanka, there was an unofficial test match that was played here in this venue. And well, some of the great West Indies players of yesteryear, I still remember them standing in somewhere near the Torrington Road with my father watching that match. There was Keith Boyce, there was Alvin Kalicharan, and then there was, of course, Clive Lloyd and Michael Holding, Van Burn Hold. I don't think Michael Holding was there. No, it was Van Burn Hold. Some of the names that I could still recall maybe after about 40 years. And the great game of cricket. And there was Sri Lanka was represented by David Hine, Anura Tennako, and Michael Tissera. Ranjit Fernando kept keeping wickets for Sri Lanka. Well, those were the glorious early days of Sri Lankan cricket here at the CCC Grounds. Now, well, certainly these are test venue as well. And West Indies progressing. In the meantime, picking up a couple of singles to 13 without loss. So Nagesh Singh keeping things very simple, concentrate on his line, his length, and throwing it at the batters. If you want to hit me, I'm bowling a couple of deliveries just outside the off stump, making sure my line is straight as there is a loud appeal. Perhaps that ball slipping down the leg side. Certainly worth a shout. Perhaps the ball was pitching on leg stump and a little bit of movement. Yes, as we watch the replay, yes, that certainly was missing the leg stump. And umpire Sriyan Hevasam, well, no hesitation at all. Turned it down.
That beautifully bowled once again. 3 dots to finish that over. 4 overs completed. West Indies 13 for none.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So India doing quite well after that initial loose over in the first over, which gave them the West Indies over-50s about 4 or 5 extras. As we see the very first delivery, the batsman going down on his knees there, getting under it and hammering it over the infield. 1 bounce into the mid-wicket boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shot. Take a look at this. Stand and delivered on that occasion, going towards that mid-wicket area. First sign of aggression from this left-hander. Anthony moves on to double figures.
Well, that certainly looked a very good shot. Anthony Zahedo bid his time and certainly took a lot of time to take a good look at the conditions and then make sure that he read the line well and fetched that ball from outside the off stump. And there's a good comeback by Bandari. Perfect delivery, the ball pitching just outside the off stump and beating the outside edge. So good comeback by Ravindra Bandari. Excellent delivery. And now making a few adjustments on the onside as he comes into bowl. Well, he certainly is making things a little difficult and uncomfortable to the batters. When he hits a light length, he's bringing the ball in very quickly. Perhaps the Indian captain, Pawan Malik, should employ a couple of fielders close by. Once again, playing and missing and stifled. Or has he been dismissed?
Yes, indeed. Anthony walking back here. Bandari strikes after that boundary of the first ball. First breakthrough for India. Let's see what happened.
Oh yes, making sure he sticks to that fantastic line and length. And the batsman on that occasion, Anthony, well, he was shaping to play drive on the offside, getting a thick outside edge, and the ball ballooning in the air for the point fielder to take a very, very comfortable catch. We didn't pick the initial part of the action, but then as we watched the replays, well, you could see that ball was short of length, spinning into him, and the batsman didn't get his foot across to the pitch at the delivery, went through the shot, and head was up in the air, and of course the ball hit in the toe end of the bat and ballooned in the air for a simple catch. So West Indies lose their first wicket, and India, well, the India over-50s coming back very strongly in that over.
Ishwar Maharaj, the new man in. They picked up the massive wicket. That's a big breakthrough for India because Anthony scored a brilliant 100 yesterday, setting that tone for West Indies batting first. They got 199 for 8 in their 45 overs against South Africa, and they managed to defend that total, winning by 18 runs in the end. So 2 balls left in this over remaining. Bandari got that big breakthrough for India. 17 for 1. He's decided to leave that alone. Turned out to be a very good over for India. After that first over went for 8 runs with 3 extras. Last ball coming up of the 5th over. Full face of the bat. Good stop there. On the other hand, Shwar off the mark as well. Another 5th over. That's a successful over for India. Bandari got a wicket. 18 for 1 West Indies batting first.
Good piece of work by the fielder there. Putting in a big effort to stop that ball.
Mama Gajaman.
Well, I was almost about to say it was a watchful start from West Indies, but just as I was about to say, West Indies lose a wicket, and that was the important wicket of Anthony Sardio, who scored a brilliant 100 yesterday. So just to have a look back at West Indies innings yesterday, only 3 batters managed to score, or rather get a double-figure mark, and it was Sardio. And along with him, it was Zamin Amin, the skipper, and Narayan Dayal. So yes, a lot of work has to be done from the other batters of West Indies, Roscoe.
Drifted down the leg side on that occasion. Raja behind the stumps, doing some good work. Nicely forward, and a quick single once again as well.
There's the replay of that quick single taken by West Indies. Well, looking at the surface, I really thought that it was a very good toss to win from the West Indies end, because there were a lot of patches in that surface, and it was covered up with bit of grass on top, which were rolled in the morning. And given the fact that India have a very good spinning lineup in their ranks, I believe had they bowled second, it would have been a bigger issue for West Indies. Yet India have started off things well, getting the important wicket of Anthony Sardio, and West Indies are currently 20 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Big appeal. Once again, felt like that was drifting down the leg side. Umpire Sriyan didn't really make a signal. There you go. Definitely the wicket keeper moving down the leg side as well. That always gives a clue to the umpire. Rumain so far has not got going. He's on 3 of 15 balls at the minute.
Well, it's a 45 over game, and 15 of 3 deliveries is not really good enough on any other surface. But given the fact that this is a Tampa surface, I believe he's being watchful. He wants to settle in. He wants to take his time. And we saw a spinner, Bandari, bowling off from the commentary box end, and he got a lot of spin and bounce off the surface early on in the game, and that was very surprising to see. And as I said before on the pitch report, well, we'll come back to that after a short commercial break. At the end of 6 overs, West Indies are 20 for the loss of 1 wicket.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and thepapare.com.
Well, we are back live. Well, Roscoe, what I was saying before was that Bandari, who's bowling from the commentary box end, got a lot of spin and bounce off the surface early on in the game. He came into bowl in the third over mark, and that really shows how inconsistent this surface is. And as I heard, there were 2 matches played on this particular surface, a 3-day game and a 50-over game yesterday. So how do you think that it will work later on in the day?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. But I think Bandari has been getting the spin with the help of a bit of moisture as well. That tends to happen early on during games. And I've seen a lot of club cricketers use spin early on and make better advantage of it. Nagesh, the bowler from the other end, he's bowled his 3 overs for 7 so far.
Your ball. Starts off with a dot delivery into his third over is Bandari. He has got the all-important wicket of Anthony Sadio, who scored a brilliant 100 yesterday against South Africa. And his 100 was the difference between West Indies winning that game and losing that game. And Bandari has been bowling really well. He's not afraid to give the ball a bit of air early on in this game. Generally, spinners tend to bowl a lot quicker with the new ball. But Bandari here has been smart enough. He has read the conditions well. He's given the ball that air it needs. And it has been really difficult for the West Indies batters to get under it and play the shots.
Yeah, that one was nicely bowled as well. Getting the batsman to drive against the spin. Just what Bandari wants against the left-hander. Beautifully bowled once again and safely negotiated as well from Romain. He's been watchful. I think it is fair to take a bit of time. The surface has been a little bit tricky early on.
Sliding onto the pads and nicely played towards the fine leg region for a boundary. He just helped the ball. It was a quicker delivery from Bandari onto the pads. And that is a welcome boundary for the West Indies. They move up to 25 runs. And it was Romain who got that boundary. It will release a bit of pressure.
Yeah, that gives us a good indication of the outfield as well. Just flew across to the boundary. Nicely helped on its way by Romain. Bandari back to finding his length. Big appeal. I think once again sliding down the leg side as that completes over number 7. West Indies 25 for 1.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Nagesh will continue. He's been very economical, supporting Bandari from the other end.
Onto his fourth over is Nagesh. He has been bowling really well, not giving anything away, while Bandari has been doing all the work from the other end. A good bowling partnership between the two. Again, another dot ball from Nagesh. Well, this is a very crucial game for India. They lost the game yesterday against Australia at 1 point. They were in a position to win that game, chasing a score of 192, if I'm not wrong. Australia were 147 for the loss of 7 wickets. And India, for all money, would have thought that they can win that game. But that 8th wicket partnership of 49 runs really made the difference. And that's a big appeal. Probably sliding down the leg side. That's what the umpire says as well. Yes, as I said before, India had the game in their hands as we look at the replay. Yes, sliding down the leg side. And a kind of defeat that they faced yesterday will put a lot of pressure on them, won't it, Roscoe?
Of course, still early days though, but definitely you need to get a couple of wins early on in the tournament to get yourself going. And like you said, India will be looking to get their tournament started with a win in this game against the West Indies here at the CCC Grounds today.
Again, ball down the leg side. Will just be a single. The fine leg fielder will cut it off. Well, absolutely, it's just the early days. But if India lose here, it'll rather put a lot more pressure on them. They are a very good side. They batted well yesterday. They bowled well yesterday for a long period of time until that 49-run partnership between Glenn Giddings and Simon Weddington, which took Australia home. And even yesterday, Ravinder Bandari was the star with the ball for India, bowling 9 overs. 24 runs, getting 2 wickets, bowling at an economy rate of 2.67. Nevertheless, India weren't able to win that game. West Indies, on the other hand, won the game comprehensively, a close tussle against South Africa. And at the end of 8 overs, West Indies are 26 for the loss of 1 wicket.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
8 overs have been completed. India have been bowling really well, not giving any chances to West Indies to get an aggressive start here. 26 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. West Indies have lost their star batter from yesterday, Anthony Sardio. And Ravinder Bandari will continue. Well, India have to be smart on how they use Ravinder Bandari here. They can't afford to bowl all the overs of him in a trot. Yesterday, that's exactly what they did. And that costed them the game. 3 of their best bowlers finished their overs way too earlier than they were supposed to. So they have no good bowlers to bowl at the end. And that's where that 49-run partnership came into play. And they have to play smart, don't they?
Of course, I'd say maybe this over and one more for Bandari, and then look at the other options. Hold Bandari back for the middle. He's so far done a great job for his team. Figures of 1 for 11 into his 4th over. Beautifully bowled once again. Bit of turn as well, keeping Romain guessing.
Well, Bandari will look to get at least another wicket before the end of his spell. As Romain is on 7 runs off 23 deliveries. He has to get a move on, a quicker delivery. Slid into the batter. Romain was lucky there. That ball just travelled quickly towards his bat.
Excellent bowling.
He got his bat down on time. If not, would have been curtains for him. Another beautiful delivery from Ravi Bandari. That's where those patches are, Roscoe. Right on that fuller length. It just bounced off the surface and look at the replay. Just bouncing off the surface. The wicket keeper had no idea where the ball was, but he was good enough to collect it.
Has been a very good over this from Bandari. He's got better throughout his spell. Good looking stroke. Bit of a misfield, and this outfield has no mercy to the fielders. That runs away to the boundary. Once again, Romain breaking the shackles as West Indies are 31 for 1 after the completion of 9 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
31 for 1. 9 overs completed in this game against the Indian Over-50s and the West Indian Over-50s. Ishwar and Romain, the pair out in the middle for West Indies. Nicely clipped off the legs. Should be at least a couple. I think spin is going to be a key part in this game going forward by the looks of it.
Nagesh on to his 5th over. Has just conceded 9 runs so far. Has been bowling on those tight line and lengths, and this time a fuller delivery. Looked to play towards the offside, but couldn't really get under the ball. That's not where he intended the ball to go. Nevertheless, will be a single for Ishwar.
There you go, proper West Indian style of marking your guard, getting that bail into the turf. Good looking stroke. I think it was probably a drop catch as well. Ravi was the field on that occasion.
Here's a replay of that dropped opportunity. Well, it's not dropped, it just fell in front of him. He made a good effort to catch that ball, but unfortunately it just dropped 2 or 3 feet in front of him.
Yes, the fitness levels also are going to play a key factor of all players in this tournament going forward. There are consecutive games. Another nicely clipped shot from Ishwar. He's looking for a third, but has been restricted to 2.
Has been a good couple of overs for West Indies, hasn't it? They have got to move on. They've got few boundaries of the last 2 overs, and in this over they have already got 6 runs with 2 doubles and 2 singles. Still 2 more deliveries to be bowled by Nagesh in this over. West Indies at the end of 9.4 overs are 37 for the loss of 1 wicket. That will be another wide, adding 1 more run to the score tally. And this is the kind of move on that West Indies desperately needed. As I said before, only 3 batters got more than 10 runs yesterday, got onto that double figure mark. And to be exact, 7 batters got out for a single digit. A huge appeal from the wicket keeper. That'll be a run out of nowhere. India have got a wicket. There was certainly a 2 there, but the batter was a bit slow to take that second run. And unfortunately, Ishwar has to depart for 9 runs of 14 deliveries. Here's a replay of that run out. He thought that he easily made that second run, but a brilliant throw from the deep. Look at that. Look at that. Only when the throw came into the hands of the wicket keeper, he was looking to ground that bat. Up until that, he thought that it was an easy 2. Two wickets down for West Indies. They are in a spot of bother. The second wicket was unnecessary from them. They took it a bit too easy. There was certainly a second run there. Sumer will be the new batter for West Indies. Just when West Indies got a move on, they have lost a wicket, Roscoe.
A bit of laziness towards the end there, I think, cost Ishwar his wicket. But good work rather from the fielder, sending that throw on the bounce into the hands of wicketkeeper Raja, who did the rest. Two wickets down, West Indies, as we see the new batter. Sumer out in the middle now. He will take strike as well against Nagesh.
You're on the leg, right? Between leg. Slightly away. Yeah.
Kamraj Sumer is the man.
One ball left.
Nagesh to bowl his final delivery of the 5th over. That'll end the 10th over. West Indies have lost 2 wickets for 37 runs, and there will be a change in the commentary box. It will be Ashley and Shaminder taking over from us.
Well, yes, the 10th over has been completed, and West Indies, well, in a spot of bother, 2 wickets down for 39, and India, after a loose start, coming back very strongly. The Indian Over-50s, having lost their match yesterday, well, they want to make a mark today and make sure that they get into this winning habit, a very dangerous habit once you get to lose matches. And things can become very negative. But here we can see the Indian Over-50s side coming back very strongly into this match. The fielding has been pretty good. The bowling has been impeccable. And, well, there were a couple of loose deliveries as they started, but after that they have tightened the game up very well. And now they certainly are throwing it back to the West Indies. And then, now we say a very good morning to Shaminder Das.
Good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers. India have definitely tightened their grip on this game. West Indies were starting to settle themselves down in the previous partnership. But unfortunately, a bit of unsettling cricket. Losing his wicket while running for a rather comfortable second run. But a lapse of technique in grounding cost his wicket. As we see Nagesh coming in. All his final delivery. First delivery rather. Warm sunny day here in Colombo. Outside off.
Nagesh saying bowling is sixth over, or rather his first over. Is it Sharma? Is it Sharma who is back into the attack? Yes. Bowling is first over. It is difficult to pick up some of these bowlers and then also the names from where we are located. But yes, it's Sharma. That is Dinesh Kumar Sharma, who is now turning his arm. And the first two deliveries has been pretty tight. And making it difficult to Romain and Kamraj, the new batsman. Romain, well, he has faced 31 deliveries. Terence Romain opened the batting for the West Indies, and now he certainly has he's seen the ball pretty well and looks confident as he settles over his bat. This time coming down the track and trying to give the charge. He missed it, and the wicket-keeper has taken the bails off. Now, well, what happened exactly there? So we watch a replace. Shamdar, do you think the wicketkeeper dropped the ball?
I think it wasn't a clean collection. There you go. Took a bit of time to collect the ball and whip the bails off. But was he out there just short?
Well, the replays looked as if he was short. But, well, umpire's free and he was some thought. The batsman regained his ground. Everything happening out there in the middle. The very next delivery be driven down towards the extra cover region, and the batsman having a quick run there. Good calling between the wickets, and the shy came in from the extra cover fielder. A direct hit, and he would have been gone. No doubt about that. Yes, as you watch the replays,
not
even in the picture. Yes. So a little bit of unsettled nerves by the two West Indies batsmen. The West Indies over-50s.
Outside off, loose delivery. Cut to the boundary to bring to close the first over of Sharma. West Indies, 11 overs done, 44 for the loss of 2.
Well, it seems the players out there in the middle is taking a brief rest. Water being called in by the umpires. 11 overs have been completed. West Indies winning the toss and electing to bat first. Have progressed to 44 for the loss of 2 wickets. The first 2-3 overs, there was plenty of extras. Wayward bowling by the Indian Over-50s. But after that, the West Indies, well, gradually settled down. And then it was Terence Romain and Anthony Zahedo who formed the opening partnership. Zahedo was the first to be dismissed, the man who scored a century yesterday. And well, since then, the Indians have come back very strongly, have picked up 2 wickets and have thrown everything at the West Indies over-50s side here. And well, the Indians lost the match yesterday, Shavindra, and they certainly will be wanting to get back into their winning ways.
Definitely at the start of the tournament, you'd want to win as much matches as possible, get into that winning habit, as you mentioned.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So back with live pictures from the CCC Grounds in Colombo in this Over-50s 2025 World Cup.
So back-to-back games. Yesterday we had 6 games played in a number of venues, and then today also we have 6 matches where the Sri Lankans, the hosts, winning their first match against the USA and by 6 wickets. Convincing win for the Sri Lankans.
Coming left arm round.
USA batting first, making 209, and then well, the Sri Lankans easily get in there. It was a walk in the park for them in the 31st over, getting to 210. Some sterling knocks, Saman Jayantha making a half century, and Ruin Piris, and ominous signs for the rest of the teams taking part in this tournament. Well, and then of course West Indies winning their match yesterday, and India losing their match against the Australians. So everything happening, very competitive tournament. The IMC Over-50s World Cup happening in Sri Lanka, and all this began way back in 2018, and then of course this tournament is played with the pink ball. With in 2018, the first ever Over-50s tournament was played in Australia, in Sydney, with Australia defeating Pakistan by 3 runs, setting the stage for this fantastic tournament being played now for the 4th occasion. The second essay in 2020, it was played in Cape Town, and the tournament was abandoned halfway because of COVID. And then in 2023, it was once again in South Africa, Cape Town, and that time England defeating South Africa. England making 267, and South Africa in turn making only 202. Dungari now bowling his first over from the far end, being called into the attack by the Indian captain, Pavan Malik.
Heaved on the offside, single bounce to the fielder. Batsman crossover for a single.
Yes, that was Terence Romain who had a heave at it. Didn't get to the pitch at the delivery, and the connection was not very good. Timing was a little off as well. A lot of bottom hand, hit the ball in the air, but fortunately for him, the cover point fielder was way down in the boundary line, It ran about 10-15 yards, but couldn't get under it, taking it on the second bounce. No damage done. A couple of singles in the over so far to the West Indies, swelling their total to 46 for 2. This is the 12th over in progress. So the run rate, nothing much to look at. And certainly the West Indies Over-50s now must be keeping an eye on the scoreboard as well. And they have to realize that they need to put some runs, have a couple of strong partnerships coming in as well to set a decent toe for them to defend. Once again, a swing and a miss, and the 12th over come to an end. West Indies 46 for 2, having won the toss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Well, the Over-50s tournament began with Sterling Hamann and Jim Morrison seeing the success of the tournament that was held in 2009 between England and Wales. It was an over-60 affair, with the first Over-50s happening between Australia and Wales way back in 2017. And these two gentlemen, and then realizing that this is a tournament that should be encouraged and should be played. We should bring in a lot of competitive cricket to all these great nations taking part. In fact, 14 countries are taking part in this Over-50s tournament. South Africa, India, Australia, England, West Indies, Sri Lanka, UAE, New Zealand, Canada, Zambia, Wales, Pakistan, Zimbabwe and USA. And, well, the stage was set and the first tournament began in 2018. And since then, there's been no turning back with Sterling Hamann and Jim Morrison setting the stage for this tournament to be conducted throughout, or rather selecting various countries. And then, of course, now it's a turn of the Sri Lankans to host this tournament.
It's a great time for Sri Lanka to be hosting this tournament as well.
So Dinesh Kumar Sharma bowling left arm round the wicket, coming in between the stumps and the umpire. The previous delivery was a beautiful delivery, and certainly he is making things difficult for the batsman out there. That's Romain, Terence Romain, having a wild swing at that. Tossed up delivery, ball pitching on middle and off, spinning away, prodigious spin for him. The more air that he is giving, he's certainly cutting down on pace, more intent in giving air and then tossing the ball up. And certainly there's a little bit of drift as well, and bite off the wicket, spinning the ball, and the batsman will be well in mind to cover the line of the delivery as he comes on the front foot this time, shoulders, arms, and taking a very close look at it, Romain, as the ball spins past him. And well, plenty of work for the band behind the stumps to make sure that he covers a line.
Again, a lot of spin as soon as Sharma gives the ball some air. I think both Dongaria and Sharma have realized giving the ball some air will get some bite off the wicket. It's quite a dry surface today here at the CCC Grounds. So taking pace off as definitely, again, Tad Fuller left alone to bring Sharma's second over to a close. West Indies end the 13th at 47 for 2.
So the Indian captain Pua Malik mixing his bowlers well and making those quick changes and throwing everything at the West Indies over-50s side here. He realizes that he needs to pick up a couple of more wickets before the West Indies batsman settles down and before the conditions eases up a little as well. There's a little bit of moisture in the morning. All that has dried up now. Wicket seems to be playing true. There is a little bit of uneven bounce from the find. It's a two-paced wicket that you see, and closer to the main pavilion. The pavilion end ball seems to be very consistent in bounce. Of course, there is a little bit of movement, and well, the Indian over-50s now employing an all-spin attack, and both bowlers certainly at this time is Sharma with the ball in hand, and certainly making things a little difficult as the field has been set. A few changes. Dungari is a man from the field. It was Sharma who bowled the previous over. So the current partnership is 8 runs of 20 balls. Well, the Indians must be very happy with their performance with the ball in hand. And the West Indies over-50s now looking for runs, as that was a short pitch delivery, almost a half tracker, rocking onto the back foot, covering the line beautifully, and hammering that ball through the covers area. But there is a sweeper cover on the boundary line. Sandeep, who picks it up, century turn, a single to the total, 48 for 2. And there's a loud appeal. That is Terence Romain virtually standing on the crease there. Didn't read the length properly. That was a tossed up delivery on mid and off. Perhaps doing a little bit, maybe drifting onto the pads. But it was very close decision. Very, very close indeed. And the benefit of the doubt going to the batsman on that occasion. And the next delivery once again tossed up, coming on the front foot. This is more like it. And there he used his feet, got to the pitch of the delivery, driving that ball down towards the long on region, picking up a single. Now that's what these batters will have to realize. They need to get to the pitch of the delivery. As we watch the next one, well, he did go down the track, had a wild swing at it, and missed it completely, Kamraj. And the wicketkeeper has gleefully taken off the bails, appealed. A little bit of hesitation by the leg umpire. Peter Tate raises his finger, and well, the batsman did give him a stare, and now he's walking back. West Indies loses their third wicket, 49 for 3.
Kamraj not a happy man with that decision, but has to humble back regardless. As we see another tossed up delivery. Oh, tough call, tough call.
Well, he was out of the crease, but you could see his bat came down quickly. Touch and go. Well, that looked a very, very close one. So, on this occasion, the decision going against the batsman. On the previous occasion, previous delivery, the leg before appeal, it was much, much more closer. And well, West Indies have lost a third wicket. The umpire having the last say. Umpire Tate very much in the game and raises his finger. And now West Indies in a spot of bother.
Definitely a spot of bother. The beauty of old school cricket without much technology coming into play. This is the cricket that we used to know and play. When the umpire gives you out, you have to always respect it and walk back. West Indies now a real spot of bother. India definitely on the upper hand.
Kamraj Sumer, well, he wasn't happy with that decision, but yet he walked shoulders down, and now West Indies, the new man, has walked into the middle as well. Well, talking of the good old days, CCC cricket in all his splendor is a club which goes back to a long, long way, more than 100 years, and this was a club which was more or less patronized by the expatriates, especially the plantation sector. There are plenty of expatriates, the British, who used to patronize this club. In fact, this was known as
That center.
Colombo Hockey and Football Club, and plenty of rugby being played here as well. I don't know whether they will play hockey anymore here at CCC, but certainly cricket and rugby. And well, these are the two games this club has made a name for themselves. And then, of course, this is also a test venue. And in the yesteryear, test venue, this was a good test venue. Many matches were played here. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Sri Lanka recorded their first win against the Pakistanis here in this ground as well. And well, there was a lot of disgruntled Pakistani players during that match. I can remember Javad Miandad virtually charging into the spectators with his bat raised because when he was given out and he was coming back, and there was a couple of cat calls and he didn't like it. But all that was part of the game. As we see the 14th over coming to an end, we'll talk about all that, and we'll go back to the studio for a short brief commercial, and we'll come back. It'll be once again the 15th over, 49 for 3 at the end of 14 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
It's back in live action. West Indies facing up their 15th over. Romain, the opener, still out there, having faced 44 deliveries. No ball there by Dungaria. Beg your pardon, Sharma there. Dinesh Sharma.
Yes, Dinesh Kumar Sharma. And a couple of instructions being shouted at him in the middle. And also West Indies have recorded their 50 runs in the meantime. So 50 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. It has been slow going for them. The West Indies Over-50s winning the toss and thinking they might have a little bit of assistance on the wicket if they would take the first release, and that's what they did. But things have been very tough for them, and Indian Over-50s have made it very tough, maintaining impeccable line and length. Well, talking about line and length, that's a short pitch delivery. At this time, the batsman hammering down that towards to the fine leg region. 4 runs.
Yeah, loose delivery there by Sharma on leg stump. Easy pickings for Romain, who's been there for quite a while now, since the start. What I've noticed from Romain is that he's been trying to hit the ball really hard instead of trying to place the ball and get into gaps. Quite a spread out field. Easy singles all around. It's important for West Indies to have the scoreboard ticking, given that they've lost 3 wickets, 2 in quick succession.
That's certainly right. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, that time getting his length right, line right, and plenty of spin for him as well. Giving the ball air and not afraid to give the ball air at all. And the batsman will be well told to use his faith there to get to the pitch of the delivery. Yes, and certainly it will be difficult to stay rooted to the crease, because you could see the uneven bounce is causing a little bit of doubt in the minds of the batsman as well. This time well forward, gets to the pitch of the delivery, full face of the baton offering. Lovely technique on that occasion from Romain. Bat and pad very close together.
Sharma giving the ball a lot of air, inviting, enticing Romain to try and go for the big shot. Setting him up quite well. Again, turn and bounce.
And this bowling armory of the Indian Over-50s, so many left-arm bowlers. I'm sure many of them have represented with distinction the Ranji Trophy, I'm sure. We'll have the profile of some of these players coming up to us very soon. So Dinesh Kumar Sharma cutting down on pace, more or less relying on spin, and then also giving the ball air, creating that doubt in the mind of the batsman, and also the drift that his being assisted with the breeze across the grounds as well. This time the batsman waiting for the ball to spin across him and hammering that down towards the point region. Sweeper cover had no chance of covering that up. And that's a boundary, a welcome boundary, 58 for 3 at the end of 15 overs. We'll go back to the studio. There'll be a few commercials and then there'll be change of voices.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
So it's West Indies batting first at the moment. It's 58 for 3 after 15 overs have been completed. It's not getting easier to bat at the moment for these batters in the middle. Back with me in the combox, Roscoe Tuttle. Roscoe, welcome back.
Yes, currently it's a spin test for the West Indians and it's been all left-arm spin so far. And all these spinners have been very good with their control. As we see Boyce, the new batter, left-hander, should be a bit more easier compared to the right-handers facing the left-arm spin.
Another close one once again. Plenty of close scores happened in the previous few overs.
Once again, a close call. I think a direct hit made things interesting. Good pick up and release. Direct hit definitely out. But batter having enough time to get in as the keeper had to take the bails off.
Thank you.
Fakir Dungaria bowling his third over, 1 for 5. Coming round the wicket to the right-hander.
No.
Slowing it down on that occasion. Dungaria mixing up his pace, just like his counterpart. Interesting stroke, not much footwork, but hit it towards deep cover. Romain has been very watchful. He's now on 24 of 53 balls, but I think more importantly, he's still out there for the West Indians. Once again, good from Boyce, rotating the strike.
Terence Romain has to step up for West Indies, opening the batting. He's on 24 of 53. He gets a start. Need to convert into a big one. Yesterday it was Anthony who provided a brilliant start for them. Despite losing wickets at the other end, he's held firm at one end and notched up a brilliant 100. Another dot ball. 4 singers came from that 16th over. West Indies 62 for the loss of 3 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
62 for 3 after 16 overs. West Indies batting first after winning the toss. Partnership 13 from 14 balls between these two batters, Romain and Boyce. Just 5 bowlers used so far for India. Pawan Malik starts off giving away 8 runs in his opening over. Nagesh Singh, 5 overs, 1 made and none for 15. Ravindra Bhandari was the pick of the bowlers. 4 overs, 1 made and 1 for 15. Fakir Dungaria also bowled a brilliant 3 overs so far, 1 for 8. Dinesh Sharma bowled 3 overs, none for 15 as well.
Change in the bowling this time. Sukumar has been introduced into the attack. I think it's right arm off spin for the first time. Short ball, nicely put away. But it's gone towards the fielder, who eventually does well to keep it down to 1.
Yes, good fielding in the end. That short has to be put away. Take a look at this.
Thanks, mate.
Has it put down? Yes, it has. It would have been a big scalp that would have been taken.
Yes, indeed, the catch of Romain that was dropped, who has been the mainstay so far for the West Indians. Ooh, once again, bit of bite off the pitch. Surprises Boyce. Good areas once again from Sukumar. I'm surprised the Indians are not employing a slip at this stage. Feel like they are on top with 3 wickets down for the West Indians. This time though, nicely picked up. That is going all the way. Boyce picks it up beautifully off his legs. Sukumar just drifting that one a bit too short. Beautifully picked up from Boyce.
Yes, indeed. Top hit from the left hand. Take a look at this. Way too short from the bowler. Easily put away in the end. Goes all the way for 6. 69 for 3. And 16.4 overs. Boys moves up to 8 of 7. 2 balls remaining in this over. Ramanujam playing his first over. It's a close one. Might be an inside edge.
2 noises. Batsman saying that to the wicket keeper as well. It's been a good over for the West Indians. 7 runs coming off it. They haven't had too many good overs so far in this innings. Once again a big shot, but this is an opportunity. Beautifully held in the deep. And that is the end of Boyce and wicket number 4 for West Indies.
He has thrown it away. He's just getting to his act, but is unfortunately hauled out to long on. Ramanujam gets his man after conceding a 6 earlier in the over. Take a look at this. No timing at all. Just chip that straight to long on. Easy catch for that fielder. 4th wicket goes down for West Indies with Boyce perishing for 8. West Indies 69 for 4.
Romain still out there, just seeing his partners come and go. This time Boyce, after hitting a 6 early in the over, looking to go big again. Not sure if that was necessary. However, he holds out as West Indies have lost 4 wickets now.
Five matches happening in addition to this game today. Sri Lanka taking on Zimbabwe at the moment. Zimbabwe in his spot of bother at the moment in the 25th over. They are 6 down for 85. It's going to be really tough ask for them to revive their innings against the tournament host Sri Lanka at the moment. UAE also lost 5 wickets batting first, just 86 runs on the board against Namibia. Well, New Zealand got off to a good start in 19 overs with 104 runs on the board, losing a couple of wickets against the USA. And Pakistan also a decent start so far against Australia. 128 for 3 at the moment in 21.4 overs. Australia won the toss and elected to bowl first in that game.
Yes, West Indies currently 69 for 4. They got 199 yesterday and managed to defend it against South Africa. So they'll still, I think, look to get once again somewhere around that mark, close to 200 or just above. But plenty of work to do currently with 4 wickets down. Yesterday they had a hero in Anthony Sahadio, who hit a sparkling 100. But he was dismissed very early today. And so far, Romain has held the innings together.
Starts off with a dot ball, this first ball. Going down to long on, just a single.
Yes, Fakir Dungaria has represented Gujarat in the Ranji Trophy. He's played one first-class game for them, mainly as a batter who bowls a bit of left-arm spin. But so far today, he's done a very good job, picking up 1 for 8 in his 3.1 overs.
Rajendra Zadio, the new man in for West Indies, in number 6. These 2 batters need to put a good partnership to taking them going over 150 would be ideal for them.
He's started off with a couple of sliders against Sadio. Seen a lot of turn on this pitch so far. Nicely bowled once again from Dungaria.
Yes, indeed. He's bowling with a simple plan. Bowling wicket to wicket is more ideal in the surface, with plenty of cracks on the surface. Sometimes a little bit of extra bounce as well. And bowled him. That kept it low. And he missed the straight one. Half of the side gone for West Indies, with just 70 runs on the board.
Beautifully bowled there, down on the flight. He had to get forward to that one. But hanging back and seeing his stumps dislodged.
Rajendra Zadio walks back for a 4-ball duck. West Indies 70 for 5.
Here's the replay. It did keep slightly low, but he had to be forward to that one. Fakir Dungaria, experienced cricketer, beautifully bowled as West Indies lose their 5th wicket. Indians are definitely on top so far here at the CCC Grounds. I did speak about a score of 200, but it is looking quite far away at the minute as skipper Amin joins Romain. I think you'd have to think West Indies need a captain's knock from their skipper. Just hanging there with Romain, give him a bit of support. They're desperate for a partnership at this stage. Once again, look at how far and deep in the crease he was. Wicketkeeper Raja enjoyed that one as well. Well watched once again by Romain. He's been very, very watchful. He's hit a couple of boundaries as well. But he desperately needs some support here to get West Indies to a decent score. Once again, those sliders keeping pretty low from Ramanujam. There he goes, Amin, the skipper. He's a new batter, watching on from the non-strikers end.
Once again, a hesitation. A quick single in the end.
That leg. That's one leg now. Thank you.
71 for 5 at the moment, with 3 balls remaining in this 19th over. It's driven towards that super cover area. Just a single. 72 for 5. With the skipper Zamin Amin off the mark for very first ball he faced.
Sukumar Ramanujam picked up a wicket in his first over as well. The wicket of Boyce.
Yeah, good catch.
A chance and nicely held. It's another wicket for India. This time the big wicket of Romain, who was holding the innings together. But now he departs as well. West Indies in deep trouble at 72 for 6.
Yes, indeed. Poor shot. Offering an easy catch for that. He taking a good the new man in for West Indies. They are reeling at the moment. 6 for 72. And
little more. Slightly. That's your leg stick. Bowler coming left arm round and he's coming through.
Here's the replay of the last wicket to fall. Nice catch from the skipper. Once again, a bit of confusion, but lucky for the batters, neither the bowler or the fielder picked the ball up.
Sudesh, who dismissed for a first ball duck in the yesterday clash, off the mark immediately this time.
Bowler coming left arm round, coming through, 5 to cut.
Oh, beg your pardon, Sudesh now on strike.
No, he's really throwing the ball up in the air. That's very, very slow. In fact, he's found the boundary as well with that one. Didn't seem to have hit it too hard, but very good timing and placement as well as it runs down to the boundary.
Yes, indeed. In the end, he timed that brilliantly, and placement is perfect from the right hand. More useful runs for West Indies here. 77 for 6.
It's just after the previous ball as well from umpire Sriyan Hewawasam. He was giving an unofficial warning to the batter for running down the middle of the pitch. I think they'll keep a close eye on it as this pitch is taking plenty of turn at this stage.
$77 for 6 at the moment, and one more day remaining in this over. They're going with 3.88, the current run rate. Another quick single to finish the 20th over. Another a good one from India. It's 78 for 6.
With me, I got Basil from the West Indies squad. Well, Basil, welcome to the commentary box and welcome to Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, my brother and Kevin. It's a pleasure to be here in Sri Lanka.
Well, it hasn't been the best of first 20 overs for your team, West Indies. Probably the conditions playing a big part, right?
Yes, the truck is playing very slow, and we are a bit set back. We're looking for a big partnership here. We have the captains, Amin and Suresh Prasad. Both two of them are good batsmen of spin off the ball.
Well, absolutely. The captain, Zamin Amin, got a good 20-odd runs yesterday in that game which you won against South Africa, getting 199 runs for the loss of 8 wickets in your allocated 45 overs. Well, let's talk a bit about this tournament, the IMC Over-50 World Cup. What it means to you as players playing the game that you love, even when you pass that 50 age mark.
My brother Kevin, you call this the second innings of big man cricket. Most test nation around the world before this big man cricket was incremented, and I feel that they have no space in society doing coaching, umpiring and commentary, and we think that we have a second innings, and that's why it's all organized around the world to play the big man cricket.
Absolutely. Life always gives you that second chance, and especially giving a second chance to be a part of a game that you love has to mean a lot to you. Nevertheless, West Indies are currently 80 for the loss of 6 wickets. India have been bowling really well. They have made use of the conditions. And it was really a good toss to win, wasn't it? Given the fact that India have a very deep bowling lineup, especially with all those spinners. It could have been a lot difficult to face them in the second innings.
Yes, that's true, because the wicket is drying out more, and the spin will be gripping more. So it's a better option that we win the toss and decide to bat. We need partnership and very simple mistakes we made and get out.
You are on point. It was simple mistakes that the West Indian batters made, which costed them their wickets. And there are enough runs in this ground, especially the outfield has been super fast. Whenever you beat the fielder, it was certain that the ball reaches the boundary. So yes, West Indies has to play a lot smarter in the next few overs. At the end of 21 overs, West Indies are 81 for the loss of 1 wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Well, we talked about the Indian spinners, Basil. What about the spinners in your lineup?
Yes, Kevin, we have a lot of spinner in our lineup because we look at the condition of Sri Lankan wicket. We know you have a good world-class spinner, Molituran, and we choose a lot of spinner to come on this tour. And of course, we are seeing what the wicket is playing very low to the slower bowler. So we intend to use back that same strategy against the Indians here at this wonderful ground here.
3 good deliveries from Fakir. And as you said, there will be enough purchase for the spinners in this specific wicket, given that there are a few patches, especially in those areas where the batsman tends to go and play those drives from. And we've seen it early on. There is a lot of spin and bounce. This time the ball keeping low. Fakir bowling from a round arm action, trying to slide the ball in. So what do you feel will be a good score from here on? 81 for the loss of 6 wickets at the end of 21 overs.
175 is a good target for West Indies. If we bat out the over, we should get 175, and that's a good target because in yesterday's match against South Africa, our spinner came back and do well, and our fielding was extremely well yesterday.
Close call, close call. We'll come back again after a short commercial break. At the end of 22 overs, West Indies are 81 for the loss of 1 wicket. 81 for the loss of 6 wickets. The skipper Zamin Amin is in the center along with Sudeja. They have a lot of work to cut out in these final 23 overs that are left in this West Indies innings. And Terence Romain, he did get a good start. He was holding that ship without sinking, but unfortunately he had to get out. So here are the replays of the fall of wickets. That was Anthony who got out. He scored a brilliant 100 yesterday. And then it was a run out followed by a stump. Sumer wasn't really impressed with that decision from the umpire, but at the end of the day, the umpire's call is the final call, and it was a unnecessary shot. And this time the ball keeping low as well. And again, that was the wicket of Romain Terence, who felt cheaply. And was a good catch from the Indian skipper. It's drinks now, and especially given the conditions here, it's really hard to play cricket, isn't it? You all are aging, and as we know, it is hard when you reach a specific age to play under this hot sun, and it's not easy for us as youngsters to play in these conditions as well. So what do you think about it?
Well, after we decided to bat, after winning the toss, we think that we would have put the Indians more in the hot conditions, right? And we will go out back and feel in a fresh mood, so we can put them under some pressure. The sun is very hot, brilliant sunshine here, but the condition of Sri Lanka is similar to India and Guyana and the West Indies. So it's all about our stamina and durability to go through the 45 overs.
Still 23 overs are left in these innings, and West Indies, as you said, should be looking to bat out the overs, get a score of around 160 to 175. Scoreboard pressure always plays a big part in cricket, doesn't it? Especially given the fact that this wicket is hard to bat on, and it will open up in the second innings. It will slow down. There will be more purchase for spinners. So 160 to 175 should be the score that these two players should have in their mind. First, they have to bat the next 13 to 15 overs. They have to make sure that they don't lose a wicket. And from there on, they can accelerate and get that score.
Yes, Kevin. If they occupy the crease and go through that motion to bat approximately 30 odd overs, their momentum will normally be drawing more to go and get after the ball. But at the moment, the West Indies need to build partnership. We have two experienced batsmen at the crease there, Sudesh Pasad and Zamin Amin. And of course, the captain played a vital role yesterday in that match against South Africa. And we're hoping that those two batsmen will play a vital role to build a partnership to give India a challenge in total.
With Zamin Amin, as I said before, scored 26 runs off 21 deliveries yesterday against South Africa. It proved out to be vital in West Indies getting that score of 198. The umpire probably having a word with the scorer probably, and Dangaria will continue from the commentary box end. West Indies tried to sneak in that run, but it was a good call from the skipper, sending his non-striker back.
Well, we are looking to maintain, rotate the ball into the ground, but we will not like to have any run out at this moment.
Sliding on to the leg side will be an additional run for West Indies. Well, absolutely. They should make sure that they don't give away their wicket easily. There was a run out early on, And that was a cheap wicket from the West Indies, and there was clearly a second run. He took it way too easier than he should have. He was a bit lazy in grounding that bat.
Yes, that's true. And we plan is that we occupy the crease at this moment.
A good single from the skipper. And that's exactly what he should look to do. Get those singles, play along the ground and find the gaps, place it towards the gaps, get those couple of runs and singles as much as you can without taking much risk, because they've already lost 6 wickets and they should wait for the loose ball to go for the big shots rather than going at it all over.
Well, we in the West Indies have to pick up the single, put pressure on the fielder, and get them tired, because as we rightly said, the sun is so hot and you're so young playing it, find it difficult to be so long in the sun. And of course, the Indian team are a bit ageable people.
So far this partnership has been decent, haven't got a lot of runs, but they have occupied the crease, and that's what important, as you've mentioned. Well, West Indies will sneak a run with that misfielder from the short third position. Nevertheless, West Indies at the end of 23 overs are 85 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Kevin, do you ever...
Dinesh is done with
Yes, Kevin, did you ever went to the West Indies or you follow West Indian cricket?
Well, I do follow West Indian cricket, but unfortunately I haven't had the chance to be there in the West Indies. I'd love to be there, especially St. Lucia, if I'm not wrong, because I've seen the pictures, I've seen the sceneries out there, and I love the culture out there in the West Indies as well. So fun and vibrant, and you bring that to the cricket, and that's the best part of West Indian cricketers, I believe.
Yes, well, West Indies made up of a lot of islands in the Caribbean and Guyana. So we have a lovely love for cricket in the Caribbean, and also lovely culture. Is a drama of arts and culture, especially our food parents came from different parts of North America.
A flighted delivery played down the ground. Will switch ends for a single, if I'm not wrong. Is this your first time in Sri Lanka, or have you been here before?
No, I didn't went here before. This is my first time. Amazing to see. It's a part of tourism into Sri Lanka here. But I also follow Sri Lankan cricket. Chemen Zavas was in the World Cup in our country, Guyana. And he bowled very good. And I thought in 2008 he had a hat-trick.
Well, Chaminda was one of the most underrated, yet one of the best bowlers of his time, produced by Sri Lanka. Probably the best fast bowler or medium fast bowler that we've ever had. He always had the knack of picking up wickets when the team needed. And with that dot delivery, we are into the final ball of the 24th over. West Indies slowly and steadily building up a partnership here. And they have been smart enough to not take unnecessary risks. With that, we end the 24th over. West Indies 86 for the loss of 6 wickets. we are into the 25th over. Just a while ago, you said that 170 to 175 would be a good score. But do you reckon that West Indies could push a little further and get to that 200-run mark?
Well, look at the situation here. Partnership is very important, and we are in the 24th over. So we still have to occupy the crease and push to the 175.
Well, Basil, what are the wickets like out there in the West Indies? Are they a lot similar to the wickets that are here in Sri Lanka?
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago is similar like Sri Lanka, more spinner environment, and also in Guyana, more spinner environment. But other territory in the Caribbean like Barbados, St. Lucia, and Jamaica, you have more bouncy, pacey wickets.
Here's the third delivery of the over, 3-dot balls. I mean, playing defensively, waiting for that loose ball.
Wait.
A bit of a halt in the game. Well, Basil, one last thing. What do you think will be the minimum number of runs West Indies should get to defend the total and win this game, given the fact that you have a lot of spinners in your rank as well?
No.
Well, Kevin, whatsoever we made in our batting lineup, we will fight down to the end. What we are looking at, as I said, 175, right, to give India a challenging total and also give our bowlers some breathing space to adjust.
Well, 175 would absolutely be a brilliant total in this surface. You defended 198 in a much better surface yesterday. So 175 could prove out to be a fighting total here. And we are into the final delivery of the 25th over. And Basil, it was lovely having you here. Any final words before you leave the commentary box?
Yes, I am very delighted to know that Sri Lanka have so many sporting facilities in the city of Colombo, and a lot of coaching and nets around the ground. Lovely environment, a lot of people friendly, and I hope that that rich culture will continue in the spirit of this beautiful game of cricket.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Welcome back. 86 for 6 at the moment. West Indies with the 26th over happening. A nice little partnership between Sudesh and Amin, the skipper. 14 from 37 balls.
Both batsmen have faced a decent number of deliveries. They've got themselves set in. Still in single figures though. Caught on the back foot. Ball makes its way to the ropes for a boundary in Sudesh's name.
It's beautifully cut away towards that backward point area. Easy pickings for the right hand at that occasion. Sudesh moves on to double figures now, 11 of 24.
Overs left in the West Indian inning.
Again came into. Yeah.
Partnership of 18 runs of 40. They'll definitely look to shift gears if they are to get a competitive score on the board. A decent score enough to defend. Tungaria continuing to give the ball some air as he brings his 8th over to an end. He ends with his 8th over with figures for 2 for 20 as the West Indians end their 26th at 90 for 6.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
For 6 in 26 overs. Now it's Amin on strike, the captain of the West Indies side, who faced 16 balls so far, scoring just 6 runs.
Short and cut on the offside. Protection there at the deep sweeper region. Batsman cross for a single. I believe this is Dinesh Kumar Sharma continuing from the pavilion end. Well bowled, tossed up just on middle and off. Patted down respectfully by Sudesh, the West Indian skipper. Beg your pardon, that was Sudesh, not Amin.
Sharma was brought back into the attack from this end. He bowled just 3 overs before this. 91 for 6. Getting close to that 3-figure mark.
Very tight line and length by Sharma there. Not giving the batsman any room for shot making. Cautious approach by Sudesh and skipper Amin. Sudesh has faced 31 deliveries, whereas Amin 17.
Just 1 run in this over came from the first ball, then 4 dots on the trot from Sharma. And left it alone. Another dot ball. Excellent over from Sharma. 27 overs completed. West Indies 6 down for 91.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Currently West Indies side on top of the points table in Group B, having won their first game against South Africa by 18 runs yesterday. In Group A, New Zealand on top with Sri Lanka at second place.
Skipper Amin faces Tungaria's first delivery. knocks it on the offside for a single. West Indies right now don't need big shots. They need to conserve their inning. They need to take a rather cautious approach, given that they have 6 of their batters back in the pavilion. Just knocking it around, plenty of singles, well spread out field. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. Get at least 150 runs on the board to make a game of this encounter. Tungaria comes in. Slighter delivery. Seemed to clip the pad of Sudesh. Was it bat or pad? Seems to be off the bat. So 2 runs to Sudesh. 3 runs so far in the first 2 deliveries of Dungaria's over. A fresh change for the West Indies given the previous couple of overs. Shot on that occasion. Couldn't capitalize. Not much turn. Came in with the arm. Cramping Sudesh for space. Again, tossed up. Managed well on the front foot. No bothers there. Good comeback from Dungaria. 3 dots in the previous 3 deliveries. The first 2 going for runs. So 3 runs so far in this over. Again, good delivery to end his 9th. West Indies at the end of 28. 94 for the loss of 6.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
$94 for 6. We are heading into this 29th over. Dungaria bowled 9 overs, 2 for 23. Such economical spell from him. Single of the first ball for Amin, moves on to 9. And this is the partnership now, 23 runs between these 2 batters. The highest of the innings now, with the previous partnership. Previous highest partnership was 22 between Ishwar Maharaj and Terence Romain for the 2nd wicket.
The IMC Cricket Over-50 World Cup. 14 teams taking part. Matches going on till the 23rd of February. A lot of cricket action coming Sri Lanka's way. Sri Lanka, Australia, One-day series coming up. The school's cricket season is on. The big matches, March Madness around the corner. Last delivery of the 29th over. Tossed up. Full quick single. And with that, West Indies 97 for the loss of 6.
For 6 in 29 overs with just 16 overs remaining in this innings. A few live scores from this tournament with 5 matches taking place in addition to this game. Wales 133 for 6 so far against Canada. With Pakistan in a good position, 178 for 5 after 31 overs. New Zealand, on the other hand, 148 for 5 against USA, batting first after winning the toss. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, at a great position of bowling out Zimbabwe. Here they are currently at 139 for 8 in the 40th over, which Sharma continues into his 6th over. None for it's Nagesh who is bowling now in this 30th over. Nagesh Singh into his 6th over, 1 made, none for 15.
Again, the slow nature of the wicket proving difficult for the West Indians to accumulate runs. Also some strict lines and lengths by the Indians. Not help the cause either. 4 dots this over thus far by Nagesh. Tight figures thus far.
This time down to super cover. Just the single once again. They're dealing in singles at the moment. We'll look to get some boundaries with heading into the latter part of the innings. Last ball coming up of the 30th. 98 for 6. And that's another dot ball. So that's the end of the 30th over of the West Indies innings. They are batting first after winning the toss. 98 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. The match between India Over-50s and the West Indies Over-50s. West Indians winning the toss in the morning, electing to bat first. Well, it has been a struggle for them. And now they have got to 98 for the loss of 6 wickets. 30 overs have been completed. Not much of a run rate to look at. But they probably will feel that they can, if they can get about another 20-30 runs, they might be able to put some sort of pressure on the Indians, the Indian Over-50s. A strong batting lineup for the Indian Over-50s as well. And they certainly, after the setback they suffered yesterday, will want to come back and bound themselves in and make sure that they get into a winning situation here. And the Indian captain, most certainly, Pua Malik, will have certain things in his mind as we watch Sharma coming into bowl. And we also welcome to the commentators box Krishnan, the manager of the Indian Over-50s. A very good afternoon to you, Krishnan.
Thanks for welcoming me back. Is it on? Right. We have Dinesh bowling from the pavilion end. Played a delivery outside the off stump. Played straight to him. Dinesh Sharma hails from Central Zone. He's been one of our players who's represented in a previous World Cup. He's among the top 10 IMC bowlers as well.
Well, most certainly, he is turning his arm pretty well, Dinesh Kumar Sharma. And a micily spell by him so far. Bowling his 6th over, given away only 20 runs. Yet to pick up a wicket though, but he certainly has troubled the batters right throughout. And into his 3rd spell now, sporting number 6 on his t-shirt in the traditional Indian garb, light blue t-shirts and the pants with the white lettering. Very much the focal point of Indian cricket. Krishan, tell me now, you manage this Indian Over-50s side.
Yep.
Now, I'm sure there must be plenty of Ranji Trophy players in this squad of yours.
Almost 8 or 9 have had a representation at the Ranji level.
So they are the premier most cricketers coming through the Indian cricket.
Yep.
Very competitive back home.
Yeah.
So there we see another West Indian batsman running himself out there. Misunderstanding between the two batters. It was a call of the striker. He did play the shot into the gap to the left of the field at point. And you could see it was a gentle push, more or less, towards the short extra coverage. He just trotted across. He did call early, but there was no response from the non-striker. Rooted to the crease. He was more or less looking where the ball was going. A cardinal mistake by the non-striker on that occasion. And the striker not being able to get back at all. And ruled a run out. As the throw came in, 102 for 7.
This year's team has been formulated well in November when we had our zonals. We have 5 zonals from India, Central, North, South, East and West. And we have another zone made up of the Global Patriots. So we have 6 teams. We compete with each other over a period of 2 weeks and have been training for that as well as after the zonal games. Team
So
of
this is the structure you have for the Over-50s.
Yeah. And a competitive 30 people were selected, but they were put through the drill, and after going through their fitness program, it was melted down to 16 who have made, and this fitness program have been the highlight of this year's planning, and this was carried out by Peter Velo, our fitness instructor, along with Pavan Malik. They were very adamant that we need to take a fit 16, and this program has paid dividends, and we could see the action in the field. They are sharp, able to get a couple of runouts every game.
Well, you're certainly right. The West Indians, well, the 9th and the 10th men out there in the middle now. And we see the new batter has walked in. And Sharma will continue to bowl. Dinesh Kumar Sharma. That was a smart bit of fielding to run out the West Indian captain Zamin Amin. No chance of regaining back his crease there. He was just walking and just nonchalantly taking a few strides as he played that shot. Did call early as you see the over coming to an end. 31 overs completed in the West Indies 102 for 7.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So with me is Krishnan, the manager of the Indian Over-50s side, and he was giving an outline of the stringent plans they had back home to select the players for the squad, and the amount of emphasis paid on the fitness level. Well, certainly you're right, because the sun is burning down. It's very hot, humid conditions, but I'm sure very much similar to what you have back home.
Yes.
And
but the problem is a couple of them, or like 5-6 have traveled from England. There the weather at the moment is snowing.
it's winter back home, I know, so back in England.
They've been hibernating for the last 4 or 5 months, but playing indoor games is not the same as being out in the sun here.
Well, you are certainly right. So Nagesh Singh from the far end, bowling his gentle seamers, cutters more or less to say, and maintaining an impeccable line and length, almost bowling wicket to wicket. And his first spell was very impressive. He's bowling his 7th over, 16 runs conceded so far. So he has been excellent in maintaining a very consistent line and length, just making sure the batter comes on the front foot and not giving any kind of width at all.
So background of Nagesh Singh is he is a sidearm bowler in the nets in a training camp, and he does this for nearly 6 hours a day, 365 days a week. Yeah.
Well, he certainly looks a fit young man out there, though playing over 50s cricket. In fact, I must compliment Krishnan. Most of the Indian over-50s players, they look very sort of, they seems to be maintaining them physically very well. Of course, energy-saving measures are very much visible on the ground, the water bottles on the boundary line and things like that. But they certainly are playing the game to the best of their ability and enjoying themselves. That's the main thing. As we see the 32nd over coming to an end, 102 for 7 West Indies.
This is because...
So it's hot, humid conditions. Krishnan, you were talking about the conditions back home and here and the difference between the two.
Yeah, even though humidity is main factor here, even the heat we can manage, but the humidity here, because it's an island, it's quite high. And fortunately, I traveled with my Somerset Over-50s team last year, and we went through the same grill. It was in peak March, playing 6 games at a temperature of 34, 35 degrees. I knew what is in store, so there was a lot of instructions about cooling themselves down. Teams definitely having cool boxes, water, and a towel, cold towel to put in their neck or in their forehead. Because last time when I was around, I almost bowled with a cool towel under my cap.
So there we are, interesting stuff from Krishnan. Yes, maintaining those liquid levels is very critical for anyone who's over the age of 50. It's something very important indeed. As Dinesh Kumar Sharma, goodness me, he certainly is an excellent bowler. You could see he is not afraid to give air. He's certainly getting the assistance of the wicket as well. Though the conditions are very dry, the wicket has more or less evened out now. It's an even pace wicket now. The bounce has dropped down. In fact, it's keeping a little low as well. And he's certainly because he's giving, there's so much of air, he's getting the drift, and he also is getting some bite of the wicket as well, and he's spinning the ball across the batter, and then there is a dot ball which comes in as well. He certainly has things under control. So there we are, once again, spot on.
His action is such that his follow through and the bite gives him that purchase from the wicket. He has been our main spin bowler for the last couple of years. He is a good find, and he's definitely in the top 10 of the IMC in regards to the wicket and average.
You're certainly right. Quick run on that occasion. Hit straight to the extra cover fielder, but good call between the two batsmen. No hesitation. Taking off immediately. And Sudesh and Hossein there crossing over. And then keeping the scoreboard ticking. Now it's 103. It just got past the 100. And we are into the 33rd over. A poor run rate being maintained by the West Indies after their heroics yesterday. More content in now picking up the singles and making sure that they last the 45 overs. That is what probably is going through the West Indies camp, and the captain certainly would have given the instructions. Just make sure that you last the 45 overs. The runs will come. And there we see once again the ball spinning across the batter. Playing and missing, taken in by the wicketkeeper. Bales taken off. And 33 overs have come to an end. West Indies winning the toss and wanting to set up a good, daunting target to the Indians to follow. Have got to 103 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU app and add your Dialog television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Australiano cricket කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක් දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So viewers, if you're tuned in, well, you're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. And as we bring you this live coverage from the CCC Grounds in Colombo, the match, the IMC Over-50s World Cup, the second day's games happening. And this is the match between West Indies and the Indian Over-50s. West Indies winning the toss, 103 for 7. And the Indian Over-50s making it extremely difficult for the West Indians to get them away. And they have been maintaining an impeccable line length. And that is Dinesh Kumar Sharma, who bowled the previous over. And now he'll be followed by Nagesh Singh. Nagesh Singh too has been bowling very impressively. And certainly making it very difficult for the West Indians to pick runs off them.
Nagesh Singh with a very short run-up balls wicket to wicket, and it's very difficult to get much run from him as he's right on the money every ball.
Well, I must say that I'm pretty impressed by Nagesh Singh because he has been very consistent, particularly the length that he has been bowling. Just back of a length deliveries, not giving that room to the batters in terms of width as well. His line and has been impeccable as well. And he brings the ball in very sharply. As he bowled the first spell, I could see that he was bringing the ball in. He was bowling those gentle off cutters and making it very difficult for the batter to read them as well. And he certainly has read the conditions perfectly well. And well, you could see the Indian Over-50s certainly have a plan, and the plan is in action. And they keep doing it very simple, maintaining the line and the length, and throwing it at the West Indian Over-50s side. If you want runs, take the chance and see whether you are going to hit us either over the infield. If not, see whether you could milk us by pushing those singles. But it's not coming their way. Nothing is easy. And it has been made very difficult with the line and the length that has been maintained. Christians, you can see that I'm sure this has been the second day that you're playing here. You have read the conditions well now and pace off in most occasions the bowlers, and all what they're concentrating is line, length and bowling wicket to wicket.
Yeah. They're learning the art by day. Against Australia yesterday, most of our spinners were bowling flat. They could have been a little bit tossing it up and getting more purchase of the wicket. So we had to go back to the drawing board and instruct them to just toss it up, and the wicket will do the rest of the things, which is what we have achieved today. Most of our spinners have tossed it up, and there have been plenty of wickets amongst them.
Spot on. As we see the 34th over coming to an end, 106 for 7.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So it's back again, Dinesh Kumar Sharma from the club end, and once again spot on with line length, tossed up delivery, inviting the batter to give the charge if possible. But the batsman quite content to come on the front foot. Just gentle push on that occasion, but can't get it past the 30-yard circle. So hardly any pace has been used. Only the very first over, the captain Pawan Malik bowled his gentle medium paces and then immediately took himself off.
A couple of our pace bowlers have been rested today. We know the West Indians can play the fast bowlers very well, and they have a bit of a problem with the spinners, and we are loaded with spinners. And as it is a self-funded match, most of them have to be given a chance, so it's a sort of a rotation policy as well followed.
Well, you're certainly right. Well, you're packed with some brilliant bowlers, and many of them are left-arm leg spinners as well.
The last World Cup, there were 7, so this time we said we'll have 5 at least.
So plenty of southpaw bowlers being utilized by the Indian Over-50s. As that ball played into the cover region, the batsman thought of a run. In fact, the striker took a couple of strides, but seeing the ball going straight to the extra cover fielder, the bowler also making a valiant effort to move to his right quickly, pick it up, and change the decision of the batters. Final delivery of the 35th over. Played very cautiously, very watchfully. 35 overs have been completed. 106 for 7. And we also take the opportunity to thank Krishnan and also to wish the Indian Over-50 side the best of luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
West Indies 106 for 7 after 35 overs. 10 overs left in this innings. I don't know what will be a good score for them from here on, but somewhere around 160, 150, I think they'll take it as I welcome Shaminder.
Thank you, Roscoe. Yes, 160 would definitely be a competitive score. Anything above 150, I'd say, is at least a psychological win, as the Indian bowlers keep tightening the screws on this West Indian inning.
Nagesh into his last over is conceded only 19 of his 8.1 that he's bowled so far. Good looking stroke. He's got it past the point fielder. Should get at least 2, if not 3. Decide to go against the third run. Useful runs down the order coming in for West Indies.
Definitely valuable runs. They'll take anything at this point. 7 wickets down. 35 overs spent. Sudesh is quite set now. He's faced up 55 deliveries for his 20 runs.
Yes, the best partnership of this innings was for the 7th wicket between Sudesh and skipper Zameen. But there was an unfortunate run out of skipper Zameen. Good looking stroke once again. The running has been good and bad at the same time. They've put pressure on the fielders, but they've thrown a couple of key wickets away to run-outs as well.
We just leave it at questionable. Two more deliveries in this 36th over. Nagesh has conceded 3 runs thus far. Clipped onto the leg side. Could be an easy 2. Slight misfield there by the outfielder.
Farid Hussain, the number 9 batsman for West Indies, has moved on to 5 of 17 balls now. I don't think balls really matter at this stage. They'd love to bat out the 45 overs. 36 overs gone. It's 1-1-1 for 7.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025. 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Ah! 36 overs completed in this innings. 9 overs left, as this whole tournament has been a 45-over affair.
West Indies on a Nelson. Roscoe, were you a superstitious player when you see Nelson on the board? Was it something that played in the back of your mind whenever you batted?
Oh. Big appeal, but no response from the umpire. And yes, I think Nelson definitely runs on most cricketers' minds, I'd say. There you go, almost a close call again.
Always nervy. That's a relief for any batsman and the batting side. Partnership moves on to 10.
Bandari has returned. He was very impressive in his opening spell. Picked up the key scalp of the centurion of West Indies, Anthony Sahadio, from yesterday.
We are certainly starting to feel the midday heat. These over-50ers definitely must be feeling the heat in the middle as well.
For sure, fitness is going to be a key factor in this tournament going forward. They've got back-to-back games a couple of times in this first round, and then during the knockouts as well. It might start to take a toll on most of the players.
Just beyond the grasp of the mid-wicket fielder rather. Comfortable single. Might make a bit of sense for Sudesh to maybe step it up a little. Try and look for a couple of boundaries. Ooh. Good turn by Bandari there. Beating the outside edge.
Sharp work there from the wicket keeper. Krishna behind the stumps for the Indian Over-50s.
That's the end of the 37th over. West Indies 113 for the loss of 7.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Eight overs to go in this innings now. West Indies would love a move on. The spinners have done bulk of the damage in this innings. Bandari with 1 wicket, Dungaria with 2, and Sukumar with 2 as well. And the other 2 wickets coming in the form of runouts. Interestingly, Pawan Malik, the Indian skipper, bowled 1 over and decided that's it for pace and decided to go with spin for the rest of the day pretty much.
I think they've taken note of the wicket as well. Quite dry, slow. Seem to be drifting down leg there.
New bowler is Sohail Masood with his right arm off spin. Coming in with the arm on that occasion. Farid keeps it out. I think the West Indians need to at least rotate the strike at this stage. 7 to go after this over.
That looked very close. And it's given. That's the end of Hossain's well-fought inning. Bit of a chat with the umpire and the bowler there, just on a bit of appealing etiquette. Tossed up again, not much turn, came in with the arm, seemed like it would hit middle and off.
That's another nail in the coffin for West Indies. They lose wicket number 8 with just 113 on the board. Sohail Masood, his first over of the game, and he picks up a wicket straight away. Players have been having plenty of drinks as they're trying to get used to the hot and humid conditions in Colombo. Stephen Howell is the new batter for West Indies. He's walked in at number 10. Sudesh still unbeaten on 22. He's batted for quite a while. He's faced 61 balls.
Taking on the role of an anchor right now, Sudesh. Trying to hold one end of the fort.
Tidy stuff from Masood. Haven't conceded a run in this over so far. Got the scalp as well.
Good chance of ending with a wicket maiden. Last delivery to come. Does he keep it tight to end with an epic first over? Short and wide. Cut away. 2 runs to end the 38th over, and that takes the West Indian scorecard to 115 runs for 8 at the end of 38.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Bandari once again on the mark. I think it's going to be spin till the end for the West Indies to face. Big appeal. Looked pretty good, but probably the impact slightly outside off stump. Clean pickup would have been interesting. It was almost a hit and run situation.
Howard was quick to call that and get to his end. Fortunate for him, it was a misfield there. West Indies don't really need to take much risk. There are plenty of opportunities to rotate the strike. Tossed up again. Good delivery there by Bandari.
This pitch feels like 150 might be a good score on this one, or a competitive score at least. Big appeal. This time it felt like we're sliding down the leg side. Howell going for a really big stroke there. "39 overs completed. It's 116 for 8.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Commencing the 40th over of the West Indian inning. Seemed like a change of bowler.
Suhail Masood comes in, picks up the wicket off the left hand, and he's taken off straight away. And back to left arm spin.
Tossed up.
Good looking stroke. Goes to the boundary for 4 vital runs, and very welcome indeed for West Indies.
Hopefully this is the shift in gears that we've been talking about. Sudesh there taking the taking a heave off a well tossed up delivery by Sharma. Outside of, almost no risk in stroke play there. Much fuller and faster there by Dinesh Sharma.
Sharma into his last over as well. Dungaria completed his quota of 9 overs, as did Nagesh Singh. Still plenty of purchase on this track. The West Indian spinners will be interested to see that.
The minute they've taken pace off, the ball there has been turned. Try wicket, as we mentioned, kept on mentioning today.
Haven't really seen too many sweep shots or the reverse sweeps for that fact. Known to be a good ploy when the ball's spinning big.
It's something that we saw the Australians take good effect of in goal over the Test series. Khawaja going for a predominant sweep tactic, both the orthodox and the reverse. Not many sweeps from the West Indian inning today, however. Bit of footwork by Sharma. Isn't able to keep it to himself. Batsman crossover for a single. End of the 40th over. West Indies a 121 for the loss of 8.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Well, we are heading into the final 5 overs of this first innings of West Indies. Well, Ashley, by the 40th over, West Indies have faced 168 dot balls, which is almost 28 overs. But that is not the big concern for West Indies. The big concern is how they lost their wickets. 2 stumpings, 2 runouts, and 2 silly dismissals of by going to play those big shots, and they could have done a lot better.
Well, you're certainly right. They're into the 41st over now. Nothing much in terms of a score. 121 for the loss of 8 wickets. Now their intentions would be to bat through the 45 overs. Well, you're certainly right. There was a couple of loose shots. There was plenty of yawning gaps on both sides of the wicket, which the batsmen did not make use of. They were going in for the big shots. And then also, the poor calling between the wickets costed them those 2 wickets, which has now made it very, very difficult for them to post a challenge in total.
Absolutely. Anything over 160 could have been a challenging total, but 160 looks well far ahead at this moment for West Indies, as they have lost 8 wickets, 122 on the boards with just 28 more deliveries to go. As I said before, they faced 28 overs. All those 28 overs have been dot deliveries out of the 40. They've scored 122 runs off just 12 overs. A big heave. Does that have the legs to go towards the boundary? Yes, it has. A welcome boundary for West Indies. They are on the move now. Howell does look like a player who could play those big shots, and West Indies desperately need those big shots.
Well, Stephen Howell certainly strongly built. They are coming on the front foot and then making that little bit of room and adjustment for himself, and taking that ball from outside the off stump and hammering that down towards the mid-wicket region. Connected it well, got his timing right. And maybe he didn't try to hit that too hard. All that he was doing was to make sure he gets bat onto ball, and that's what he did successfully, and 1 bounce into the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, that was a rare loose delivery from Bandari as well. He has been on point throughout the day, but the last delivery was a lot slower, and it was way outside of the off stump, so the batter had the room and had the time to go for that big heave. Here's Bandari to bowl his 4th delivery of the over. Howell goes big again, but this time doesn't get the connection that he got the previous delivery.
Bandari bowling very intelligently. That time he held it back, inviting for the batsman to go for the big shot there. Cut the pace off on that occasion and gave the ball a little bit of air and held it back as well. So batsman playing a little bit too early on that occasion. Lucky to survive. So very intelligent bowling indeed. And 1 more delivery of the 41st over remaining, 126 for 8. And the West Indies over-50s must be now thinking, fancying their chances of maybe getting into 150 if these 2 batsmen can continue. played down, and 41 overs have been completed. Winning the toss, West Indies opted to bat first, 126 for 8.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So interesting times for the Indian captain, Pawan Malik. He was shuffling the bowlers pretty well, and now, well, he has exhausted the over quotas of some of his key spinners, and now he still has 4 overs to go. He certainly will want to maintain the pressure and make sure that he keeps the West Indies scoring to minimal.
Well, that's a huge 6 off the bat of Sudesh. This is exactly what West Indies needs. And Sudesh and Havel are on the move. Well, as you said, Pawan tried to rotate his bowlers and he rotated well. But now he has 4 overs to go. He has to look for other options, and that exactly what costed them the game yesterday. He bowled all his main spinners and main bowlers early on in the game, and right at the end, the 8th wicket partnership got 49 runs from Australia's end, and they won the game. India had the game in their pockets, and fortunately for him today, they are bowling first.
Suhail Masood, well, firing that ball, that last delivery very quickly, and making sure that he doesn't give that much room or width to the West Indies batters. Well, we are coming to you live from the CCC Grounds in Colombo. The Over-50s encounter between West Indies Over-50s and the Indian Over-50s. And these are the second day's matches that have taken place. 56 matches. And yesterday 6 matches were played, and today 6 matches will be completed as well. Tomorrow being a rest day, it will be a well-earned rest for most of these players. Certainly stifling conditions here in Colombo. But of course in the middle you could see there's a strong breeze across the grounds. Perhaps a little bit of cooling for the fielders and maybe the batters as well. As we watch the next delivery.
Well, Raja, the wicket keeper, failing to collect it. Goes through his legs, West Indies. Get a couple of runs. Well, I was talking to Basil from the West Indian camp earlier on, and he was telling me that one of the reasons that they wanted to bat first was to put this Indian side under the scorching sun early on in the day, so they could come on fresh when they come to bowl.
Well, that could be a strategy, because yesterday when we were at the Coles Cricket Grounds, the entire afternoon the sun was behind the clouds, so it was much cooler the afternoon session. But one wonders today, there are hardly any cloud cover as we see the next delivery hammered over. The bowler said down the ground. Now that's a very, very good shot, powerful shot by Havel. Couple of bouncers into the boundary it goes for 4 runs.
Quickly.
Well, just a while ago, 150, 160 looked well within the reach, or rather, well far away from the reach of these West Indies batters. But now it is well within the reach. At the end of 42 overs, West Indies 139 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ. මම ගජමෑන්.
are into the final 3 overs of this West Indian innings. For West Indies, the biggest concern over the last 2 days has been their middle order has not been getting runs. Even yesterday, only 3 batters got more than 10 runs. And today, even though there has been 5 batters in the middle order, the scores have been Ishwar getting 10, Kumar getting 7, Julian getting 8, and Rajendra getting 0. And that's not good enough. Nevertheless, their tail-enders are firing here. Another boundary, 143 on the board for them. So yes, moving on in the tournament, their middle order has to get their groove back, and they can't depend on 1 or 2 batters to win you games every time. Yesterday, Anthony scored 100, and that was a match-winning knock. But you can't expect that every day, can you?
You're certainly right. Sudesh on that occasion, making use of the pace of the delivery. They are opening the face of the bat, running it down towards the third man region. A brilliant shot, given the circumstances and the conditions, and picking up 4 runs. And 143 for 8 now. Perhaps 160 now possible. And it's looking much better for the West Indies over-50s. Their tail-enders and the middle order has clicked. Well, you said they didn't do much yesterday, and only very few of them got into double figures. But here we see that Sudesh is holding this innings together. He has been the nucleus behind this West Indies over-50s batting innings, and making sure the middle order contributes handsomely, and they certainly have now got into a much more respectable score.
A quicker delivery onto the pads. A rare dot delivery in the last few overs. And at the toss, the captain of West Indies said that he was looking for a score of 225 runs. But 30 minutes before, they wouldn't have expected that they'd get somewhere close to 150. So they'd be way much happier with the score that they are in right now. And they have some good spinners as Howell goes down the ground yet again. Will just be a single. But the intent is clear. He is going after the bowling.
You said at one stage, being 6 wickets down for 80, there were perhaps signs that they could even be bowled out for less than 100. But now it's looking pretty good as far as the West Indies over-50s is concerned. Many a interesting duel has taken place in these grounds, this being a test venue for Sri Lanka as well. Of course, the last test match was played in 1992 between Sri Lanka and Australia. Not a very happy situation as far as the Sri Lankans were concerned. They lost that match by 16 runs. But before that, they did post a victory against the mighty Pakistanis. And then, of course, there was that incident that everybody will remember, how Javad Miandad scaled the fence and went into the spectators, waded in, and he had to be pulled back. Those are some other interesting stories at CCC Grounds. We'll talk about it. A rich history of more than 160 years. A club which was set and then established way back in the 1940s by the expatriates who were very much a part of the sporting events of Sri Lanka during that period. 43 overs have been completed, 146 for 8.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Into the final 2 overs of the innings, West Indies 146 runs for the loss of 8 wickets, and the worries continue for India as they struggle to close out the innings yet again. And Sudesh is on 42 runs, just 8 runs away from a well-deserved 50. And the partnership is 33 runs of 33 balls. Who would have expected it, given the state West Indies were in few minutes ago?
You're certainly right. 113 for 8 wickets, and this partnership has now bolstered their position, and the opportunity also now is there for the West Indians to carry forward this advantage. A couple of more overs left. We are into the 44th over now. In fact, 11 deliveries left. Yes, and it's Masood back again.
Short and wide, hammered away for another boundary. Sudesh has played a brilliant knock so far, helping his team reach that 150-run mark. Here's the replay of that shot. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be hit. And the fielder had no chance, as we've been saying right from the beginning. The outfield is super fast. It's a brilliant outfield here. You get value for the shots that you play.
Absolutely right. All what the batters do is concentrate, pick the spots, beat the infield, and the runs are there for you. And that's what we saw on that occasion. Sudesh moving across the stumps, covering the line there, and hammering that ball down towards the point region. Brilliant shot indeed. Connected it well. It was there to be hit, but yet you have to get back to ball.
Confusion in the center. Hubble wanted the single. Sudesh sent him back. This time, they do get the single. Hubble will be back on strike. He was livid the previous ball that Sudesh didn't go for that single.
That certainly there was a run there because the point fielder was standing a little deep and he realized that he could get across to the other side, and it was his call, the non-striker. And sadly, and then, well, luckily for the West Indian Over-50s, no damage done.
That was a close call. He didn't ground his bat. Would be interesting to see a replay of it. Here's the replay. And the throw goes straight towards the stump. Well, he has grounded his bat. For a while, it looked to me as if though he didn't ground his bat, but he has done a good job reaching the crease as Hubble will face the final delivery of the 44th over. Masood. Ball hit flat and Hubble goes big. And Hubble goes long. Another huge six for West Indies.
Yes, and they close the 44th over with that huge six, 157 for 8 West Indies. Well, Farid Hussain was the last man out for the West Indies Over-50s. And that time when the score was 113 for 8. Now it has been swelled with a partnership of 44 off, coming off just 39 deliveries. And both Howell and Sudesh make a maximum of this Indian attack. And certainly the Indian Over-50s now faltering under the pressure. And of also this brutal hitting that is coming their way by the West Indies Over-50s.
A good delivery to start off the over from Bandari. Hubble surprisingly trying to defend it. Probably he wants to get to the personal milestone as well. He's just 3 runs away from a well-deserved 50.
It's a mixture of defense and aggression by the West Indian Over-50s. They batted well. They kept things under control from a hopeless situation. They have now come to a position of strength.
And Hubble goes big, but it'll just be a single. He will remain on 48 runs as with 4 deliveries to go.
Well, the Indian Over-50s, the fielding has been very impressive. In fact, when I was talking to the manager, he was saying a lot of emphasis was paid on the fitness and the ground fielding and the catching. And certainly it's paying dividends now to this Indian Over-50s side.
Bit of turn, completely missing the ball there, Hubble. Well, Howell straight after missing that shot, playing a shadow shot inside out. Probably that was the option that he should have gone for. And here's the fourth delivery, and this time Howell goes up big, and it'll find the boundary. What a hit from Howell, taking the score up to 162 runs with 2 deliveries left.
Howell power, where were you all this time, Howell? You should have been betting a much more up the order. Some of the shots that you've been playing has been absolutely fantastic. You're connecting the ball well. You're seeing the ball well, getting your timing right. The placement has been absolutely brilliant. Splendid shot. And you are certainly keeping the West Indies' hopes alive here.
This is getting tricky now. Does Howell go for a single and help his partner get a 50, or does he go for the big shot? Let's wait and see. With just 2 deliveries left in this innings. 49-run partnership of 44 deliveries. This has been brilliant batting from the 2 lads in the centre. As Howell will face Bandari's 5th delivery. Bandari did start off well in his spell, but now he has given away 35 runs by only taking 1 wicket, and Howell goes big, but it'll just be a single. So yes, Sudesh has his chance to get to his 50.
Well, brilliant. The intention was excellent by Howell. He realized that he has to swing his bat and swing it to the best possible way that he can, like a mighty battle axe. That's what he has been doing. He has got to his 22 in just 19 deliveries. Sudesh, well, 2 runs short of a very, very well-deserving half-century. Let's see whether he will have the power to get this ball across for 2 runs and also make sure that he gets into his half-century.
1 delivery to end the innings. 2 runs short is Sudesh. And a quicker delivery, a flatter delivery, just be a single. Sudesh will end on 49 runs, but nevertheless, this has been brilliant from both these batters, Sudesh and Howell, especially Sudesh. He was calm and composed to see through the harder part. So when it came the last few overs, he went hard at the bowlers, and that was exactly what West Indies needed at that time. And they have got a very, very respectable fighting total of 164 runs at the end of 45 overs.
You're most certainly right. Very competitive total now, especially from a hopeless position of 113 for 8. They've clawed their way back into 164, setting a target of 165. It may not sound big, 45 overs for the Indians to get to the 164, but it'll take some batting. And well, the wicket, the way it's playing, it's settling down now, but there was a little bit of uneven bounce in the morning, particularly from one side of the wicket. Well, things seems to have eased out now as we look at the West Indies scorecard of 164 for 8.
Well, it started off with Romain getting 28 runs off 62 deliveries. As far as the other top order batters go, Anthony just got 10, Ishwar got 10, and Kamraj, Boys and Sadio fell cheaply for a score of less than 10 runs. And the lower order, if you look at it, Amin did play a crucial role holding the innings together along with Sudesh, and he got out for 12 runs, and it was Sudesh and Howell finishing off the innings brilliantly. Both not out, Sudesh with 49 runs and Howell with 22 runs, and 12 extras has been bowled by the Indian bowlers.
Well, bowling for the Indians, Malik, well, he bowled only 1 over and gave away 8 runs and immediately took himself off. Nagesh, well, I thought he bowled brilliantly well, bowled 9 overs, a miserly spell by him, 2 maidens, giving away only 24 runs, economy rate of 2.67, held the West Indians back at that stage. Bandari, well, he picked up 1 for 37 of his 9 overs. Sharma, 29, once again, a very good spell by him, didn't give that many runs, didn't give the bit that the batsmen are looking for, and kept it very tight. And Dungari, well, he picked up 2 for 23, the best bowling by him, or rather, I think it's Ramjunam who picked up 2 for 15. So he perhaps will record the best bowling as far as the Indian Over-50s is concerned. 2 for 15 for him, 1 for Masood, and well, it was absolutely brilliant bowling by the Indians. But apart for the latter part of the West Indian innings, the Indians kept things very much under control.
And here we are set to look at the highlights of the game. India started off brilliantly, getting crucial breakthroughs in regular intervals. And West Indies did get a good start, but once they lost their first wicket, it was all India. That was Anthony getting out of the bowling of Bandari. And few misfields, but generally India have been brilliant in the field, and that was the first of the 2 run-outs that we had, and yes, some runs, some wickets, and a brilliant finish.
Absolutely right. Anytime, in each of the occasions, a little bit of width was offered to the West Indian batters. They certainly did go for the runs, and they made it count as well. Anything short on the onside, anything short, and a little bit of width on the offside was put away brilliantly. And there we see once again hitting the ball into the gap, making sure that the placement and timing was right. And then came the big shots, the latter part of the innings. The hoiks over, the batter said, that time being caught down mid-on. And then, of course, the quicker deliveries, and the Indians certainly keeping things very tight, bowling wicket to wicket during that initial part, before they were taken apart by that partnership which came during the latter part of the West Indian Over-50s innings. A little bit of indecision and causing a few runouts. And of course, there was an occasion when the batsman was playing across the line and then being given LBW as well. There we see some of the big shots coming in. That's easily clearing the mid-wicket boundary, using the pace of the pace of the ball on that occasion, and opening the face of the batter, running it down towards the third man, and a brilliant looking cut shot. The width was there. All what he had to do was rock onto the back foot, cover the line, get back, and then make sure the timing was perfect, and hitting the ball down to the point region for 4 runs.
With that, we will be going for a very, very short commercial break. On the other side, India will be coming back to chase the score of 165 runs. We'll see what will happen. Until then, stay there right in front of your screens, as we will be right back.
Welcome to Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pua Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. About the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pujita Udavana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the site wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pua Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pua Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pua Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action. catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Wicket, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pua Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now, that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again, because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pooja Urban is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the Pooja cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the Pooja cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the site wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pua Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pua Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pua Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Over-50s and West Indies Over-50s and India Over-50s about to begin here at the CCC Grounds. And, well, the West Indies Over-50s batting first, making 164 and setting a target of 165 for the Indians. Well, Indians had a setback yesterday. And, well, we will be talking you through to see how they perform in making this chase of getting through to 165.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's going to be a great contest between these two teams. West Indies 164 for 8 in their 45 overs. At one stage they were struggling to get going, but they found some momentum going forward at that latter part of their innings with Sudesh Pazaud and Stephen Howell playing a gem of innings all together. Here's the first ball of the second innings. Off the mark immediately.
Well, you're certainly right. It was fits and starts for the West Indies. Started slowly. And, well, there was plenty of extras during the initial period of the Indian bowling. After that, they tightened the game up very well, came back very strongly to have the West Indies tottering at different stages, grouping, and then also trying to get the runs. 80 for 4. And then at one stage, they were 113 for 8. And then came that rollicking partnership for the 9th wicket, which swelled their score to 164. And there was some sterling innings that were played by the late order batters for the West Indies Over-50s and helping them to get to 164. So Fakir Dungari out in the middle with Rajgopalan Lair. They look very confident, and that time a beautiful looking stroke on the offside from was it yes, bat and pad very close together, getting to the pitch of the delivery there, full face of the bat on offering, couldn't get it past the cover fielder. So India getting off to a steady start. 2 runs already on the board. Final delivery of the first over coming up. Howell, who used a long handle for the West Indies Over-50s with a punishing innings of 22 of just 19 deliveries by him.
Short and cut away. This time easily put away. That time Lungaria. It's the first boundary for India in this run chase. End of the first over. India 6 for no loss.
So Fakir Dungaria on that occasion mowing across the stumps and punching that ball on the back foot and getting it through that infield, and the ball just going like a tracer bullet. The outfield lightning fast here. And as we were talking about it in the morning, Malinda, any batter who can get the ball past the infield will find the boundary very easily. Dry conditions here at the CCC Grounds, CHNFC. And the wicket has now evened out. The conditions extremely good for batting as well. Well, with the pace he's on, that is, at least the medium pacers, one would see how the wicket will behave moment the spinners come into play. Well, we have a spinner coming in now.
Yes, indeed. It's Sudesh Pazad into the attack on the back of a fine knock down the order for West Indies when they're batting.
Well, they're learning fast, read the conditions well, saw how the Indians spun waving web around them and giving the ball air and making sure that they get whatever assistance off the wicket as well.
Short and hammered away. That's a boundary. Has it gone all the way? No, it's a boundary. 4 runs to the total with too short that occasion from Sudesh. And take a look at this short arm jab by the batter.
That's Fakir Dungaria. Very powerful indeed. Very strong top hand on that occasion. Just moving across the stumps there. Slightly short, back of a length delivery. Couldn't find much wrong with that delivery. Kept it up and didn't give that much of width. But the batsman on that occasion using the crease.
This time on the back foot through the offside. Another boundary. This is a good start for India. Chasing that 165 run target. They got 2 boundaries in this over. Got 1 over in that first over as well. 14 runs already in just 1.4 overs.
Well, the bowlers cannot err here. And if they drop it short or if they bowl a little bit fuller, the ball will disappear. This Indian Over-50s side very, very strong in their batting. And the openers getting off to quite a reasonable start here. Second over, already 14 on the board. So Sudesh pursued, bowling from the far end. Torrington in, drops it slightly short and this time on the back foot. And the extra cover fielder not bending down to pick it up. Trying a little bit of football, misses it and conceding the single. 2 overs have been completed and India Over-50s chasing 165 to win as 15 for no loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
15 for none after a couple of overs being completed in India's run chase. They need 150 runs in 43 overs left in this innings. So it's going to be Havel.
So Howell back into the attack, bowling his second over. Strongly built, very powerful batting performance by him, enabling the West Indies Over-50s to post that formidable total, at least a challenging total from what they were, 113 for 8, and they got to 164 his contribution was
he's chipped
19.
that. Down the ground he goes. Not really timed it. Couple of runs quite easily for India. 17 on the board.
Well, the safest place to hit the ball over the bowler's head. No captain will set a field there. So the intention was excellent. The execution was perfect. And 2 runs.
That's way too wide from Havel. Has to re-bowl that one. First. It's 18 for none now. Take a look at this. Lost his mark completely.
So the West Indies over-50s will realize it will be very difficult for them to defend this total if they have to bowl the entire quota of 45 overs. And if they have to win this match, they have to pick wickets. And 10 wickets we are talking here. That's a better looking delivery from Howell. Wicket to wicket, ball pitching on mid and off. Line, good length. Drawing the batsman forward. Tentative stroke play, but covered it well. No damage done.
That's off the edge. Down to third man.
That's the line.
So that was a good looking outswinger by Howell. That ball pitched. That was a good length delivery. Drawing the batsman forward. Took the outside edge. But there's only one slip in place. The West Indian over-50s will do well to have a few more attacking fielders close by. As a gully, a slip, and 3 men on the offside. Point, extra cover, and mid-off.
Straight to man at point. No run considered that time.
So they planned the innings well. A strong offside field, and the bowler, very, very small margin for error. He'll have to make a very close look at the field that have been set for him. 5 men on the offside, 2 men catching, and he certainly will have to maintain his length and line.
Straight to mid of end of the third over. India in reply, 19 without loss.
So Malinda Bandar, it's going to be testing time for both the West Indies over-50s and the Indian over-50s. And whoever succumbs to the pressure will give this match away. The West Indies, well, they're defending 164 recently. All right total from what they were, especially at 113 for 8, as I said before. But they'll do well to defend this total. They'll have to pick wickets if they win this match. And the Indian over-50s, on the other hand, will have their own plan and strategies in place. And during this initial set of overs with the field restrictions, they'll be looking at the singles and the twos. And then, of course, a loose delivery to dispatch it to the boundary. So that will be their plan. And also to set a good foundation for the rest of the batters to capitalize on.
So change of bowling here. It's captain with the ball now, Zamin Amin. Coming round the wicket with the right-hander, left arm orthodox.
Okay. Don't go too far past here. Stand up inside a little bit.
That time, well, the field not been set properly. The mid-wicket fielder was a little bit too deep, almost standing on the 30-yard circle. So there's no chance. Anything played on the onside will certainly result a single. Now he's around maybe about 10 yards in front. But yet the mid-on and the square leg fielder standing almost at the 30-yard circle. So there's 3 men on the onside. And it's a 5-3 field, or more or less a 6-3 field. And he's certainly captain of West Indian Over-50s. Zamin Amin. Bowling left arm as it tosses the ball up, gives the ball plenty of air. And the batsman on that occasion getting to the pitch of the delivery, driving it handsomely to the right of the mid-on fielder. So requires a further 144 runs in 279 deliveries.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. At that time,
that will be a wide, certainly straying on that occasion. Way down the leg side, the wicketkeeper did well to collect it cleanly. Almost a couple of feet off the leg stump. And strangely, Zamin Amin checking with the umpire why that was called a wide. It was almost about 2 feet off the leg stump. There's no question about that being declared a wide. Do well to realize that he has to maintain a good line, a good length to contain this Indian batting.
on the back foot this time. That's the end of the fourth over. India 22 for none.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
So Howell will continue the attack. Slight change of the field. Now the slip field has been taken off. Or is there a slip fielder coming back again now? Slip and a gully. Third man. And three men on the offside in front of the wicket.
Howell to continue. Quick single here and down to mid-off.
Well, the mid-off fielder almost overran on that occasion. Once again, not willing to bend down and trying the football. And the first attempt missed it. Luckily, his second foot came right in front of the delivery, right in front of the ball, and knocking it back, saving at least 3 runs.
That time down to third man, just the single.
Well, Howell certainly is mixing it up. You can see that he's certainly bowling that outswinger quite well. And very predictable though, the way he's holding the seam up. And very straightish approach. And not a side-on delivery action. Quite a frontish approach as well as he comes in. A bit of a shuffle as he takes off. And this time missing his step, going back. So Fakir Dungari are the non-strikers. And Rajgopalan on strike now. Rajgopalan was a wicket keeper for the Indian Over-50s. Looked a tired man during that last 4 or 5 overs. But now here he is with the bat. Already 7 runs scored.
Another dot ball, 25 runs on the board. We are in the 5th over. While India chasing that 165 run target. A decent start from them. Need to set the tone. Chasing that target.
Rajgopalan very tentatively forward on that occasion. Didn't know much about their delivery. Came on the front foot, hesitantly, and getting a thick outside edge. So Howell certainly causing some discomfort to the batsman with that outswinger that he's bowling.
Catches the call, but right between those two fielders down to third man for a single. 5 overs completed. India 25 without loss, chasing 165 to win.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
A fluent, watchful starter from the Indians, chasing a score of 165 runs. They are currently 25 runs at the end of 5 overs without losing a wicket. Well, Shaminder, 165 runs on this surface is a challenging score, but the West Indian bowlers hasn't really started off well.
Comparative score indeed. Good afternoon to all our viewers. West Indies so far have failed to put on a bit of pressure. Definitely need a good start. So would India. Another loosener, full toss. Doesn't find the boundary, however. But as I was saying, West Indies will definitely have to turn some screws on this Indian inning, as India did when West Indies were batting. But the bowling thus far has been short of expectations, given that they did try to get a decent score on the board, which they have, a fighting score on the board. So it definitely needs a fight, a better fight from the men in maroon. Again on the leg side, loose delivery. Keeper missing it as well. Could have easily been 3 runs there, but slow running between the wickets. Wide signal, 3 runs, however, added to the scoreboard.
Tired legs probably from the 2 Indian openers. There was definitely a 3rd run there. And India, what has been good from their end so far has been they haven't taken any unnecessary risks. Because yesterday, they lost 3 wickets for just 10 runs before that partnership between Abid Ganguly and Mandar, who put on a 97-run partnership for the 4th wicket. So they know that chasing a low score of 164 runs, early wickets might put a lot of pressure on you, and it will give that added advantage to the bowling side. So this has been a watchful and a well-composed start so far from the Indians, Shaminder.
For sure, and Dungaria must be quite tired as well, pulling in a brilliant spell and having to open the inning. And that brings us to the end of the 6th over. India 29 for the loss of no wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Howell onto his 4th over. He has been bowling on a tight line, but it has been predictable from him. He will have to mix it up a bit. He will have to get a wicket here for West Indies, and bowls a bit wider there. Iyer going for the shot, completely missing it. But when you look at the target, 136 runs in 240 odd balls is not a big target when you look at it. But given the fact that this pitch early on in the innings as well proved that it is a very inconsistent pitch, and one wicket here could totally change the complexion. So yes, West Indies should have that in their mind as well, because they have to be a lot more attacking than what they were in the first 6 overs of the game.
Most certainly will have to attack the batsmen here and set them up. So far, the Indians have seemed comfortable. Their approach has been calm and collected. Nothing loose, like you mentioned. Howell comes into bowl. Tight line and length. Defended by Iyer. As you mentioned, just 136 of 261 balls. Very comfortable. But what India would like to do is rotate the strike at the start of the inning as well and not build the pressure and leave it for the back end of the overs. They would want to have this match completed in less than 30 overs, I would say. That would be my target if I were them.
Absolutely, Shaminder. You can't leave the game too long chasing a low total like this because that's when the pressure mounts up on you. If you have a mindset that you're going to bat the 45 overs and chase this down, it's going to be your downfall, especially chasing a low score like this. Getting these runs in 30 overs should be in their mind. And they've started off well, the partnership being 30 runs or 40 balls. If they go at this rate, they'll probably chase this down in 30 overs.
Handsome shot straight down to the down fielder.
Well, Shaminder, Howell has been bowling on a good line and length, and he has made sure that he doesn't give much runs. But he doesn't seem like he's going to get a wicket here, doesn't he? West Indies should try something new, bring a spinner from this end, and because this is the end where Bangaria bowled from and the other spinners from India got most of the wickets from. So maybe a change here is what West Indies needs.
I think that was something that the Indian skipper also noticed quite early on. He did operate majority of his spinners, and he did get quite a bit of buck for his decision. Kept the West Indians quite tame at the end of the 7th. India 30 runs for no loss.
Mama Gajaman.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Amin will continue from the scoreboard end. Will bowl his second over. The previous over that he bowled, he didn't get much bounce off the surface, and maybe if he bowls at the stump, it could cause troubles for the batters. But he starts off with a flighted delivery, nicely worked on the onside for a single by Iyer.
West Indies definitely need to take a wicket right now. 7 overs down, flighted, full toss. Lucky for Amin. Dungari couldn't find the gap there. Easy pickings. Should have easily made it to the fence.
Well, it has been too easy for India as of now. They just had that one big over. From there on, they have been playing with lot composure, getting those singles occasionally, and just keeping the scoreboard ticking without West Indies knowing. And that's what has been the biggest plus point in this opening partnership thus far. Again, the ball keeping low, played on the back foot by Dangaria.
Loose delivery, easy pickings. Dangaria this time doesn't make any mistake. Unleashes the ball onto the fence. India pick up easy 4 runs.
A very poor delivery from Amin. It was there to be hit, and it was hit well by the batter. And Amin now has taken off his cap and balls short again. Will just be a single. Will that change the luck for him? Will that change the luck for West Indies? Doesn't seem to be the case.
Maybe the aerodynamics coming into ball might help him. A capless Amin comes in ball. Flighted, pitched up. Ira unable to put it into the gap to pick a single. Brings us to the end of the 8th over. India, no loss for 36 runs.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So 129 runs needed of 252 deliveries for India, chasing a score of 165, set by West Indies on a warm sunny day here in Colombo.
Finally, a change has been made from the commentary box, and Farid comes in to attack. The off spinner.
Come to stop the single, come to stop the single.
It was the pick of the bowlers for West Indies yesterday against the match against South Africa. Bowling 8 overs, getting 3 wickets for 37 runs with 31 dot deliveries. And here's Farid set to ball his first delivery of this game. Can he change the fortunes for the West Indians? There's no time for him to settle here though, because India are running away with the game and they have not allowed any bowlers to settle as well. Farid has to be bang on right from the beginning.
Balls over the wicket. It's a bit of drift straight away. Not much turn on that occasion. Going away from the batsman with the arm.
Good start, Ras.
This is good from Farid to back-to-back good deliveries. And Dangaria respecting the bowler, respecting the good delivery.
The Change of
partnership
field.
knocked it.
Brings in another close-in fielder. So 2 slips for Hussain. Expecting that outside edge. Field set for it as well. Dominant offside field with a sweeper and long off. Inviting the batsman to play with the turn.
Probably with the field that is set, Farid should bowl a bit more fuller than what he has been bowling. And if that's the case, it could cause trouble for the batters. But swept well by a Dangaria. Will be a boundary off his bat. The line wasn't good in that occasion from Farid Hussain.
Farid right now has an offside field set and ends up pitching on Midland leg. Easy pickings for Dangaria, who's well set now, facing 33 balls for his 24. And that's also probably one of the few successful sweep shots we've seen today.
I haven't really seen any player sweep all throughout the day. And Dangaria has played that shot really well. Here's Farid Hussain, this time bowling a lot shorter. And Dangaria will get back-to-back boundaries, will he? Well. It'll just be a couple of runs for him. Generally, throughout the day, the outfield has been really fast. But probably Dangaria didn't get much connection with that pull shot. Nevertheless, 2 more runs added on to the scoreboard by India.
It was more power than timing. Should have been a boundary, to be very honest. Poor delivery. Followed up better. Dangaria Ira on that occasion. Happy to let it go as we come to the end of the 9th. India 42 for the loss of none.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Mama Gajaman.
I mean, the skipper will continue from the scoreboard, and he doesn't have his hat on his head this time. Balls it short, played straight towards that fielder. 123 more runs needed after 245 deliveries. Doesn't seem to be a tough ask for the Indians. But West Indies has to do something here.
Yeah, having wickets in hand is key for India right now. They've got a good start. It's important for them to not lose this momentum that they have gathered. At this rate, it would be a comfortable win, and which would be an important one, given that they're coming in from a loss yesterday. West Indies, on the other hand, won yesterday and have things looking rather grim right now for the end of this game for West Indies. As Amin comes in, pulls a good length delivery straight at the wickets.
Well, the field that has been set up by West Indies doesn't really help the cause, doesn't it? There are easy singles in for offer for the Indians, and yet again another single as I speak. Yes, you are allowed to have 3 fielders on the deep, but given the situation that you are in, you are supposed to take wickets. You are supposed to have a more attacking field.
I think India did a very good job at that, especially at the start. They invited the batsmen to play their shots and make the mistakes. And unfortunately, West Indies did get caught in the ploy. India, on the other hand, are taking a very cautious approach. At the end of the 10th over, India, without having to lose a single wicket, have put on a 44.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
India 44 for none at the moment after 10 overs completed. 5 overs left in this batting power play, first power play rather. Farid into the attack now. A solid starter from India. Two openers in Dunga area. 27 of 38, while Iyer got 12 of 23 as well.
Some spin straight away there for Farid Hussain.
Let's go, Farid. Let's go, guys.
West Indies desperately need a breakthrough here.
Foolish delivery. Tried to drive. Couldn't get the full of it. Dot ball, couple of dots to it. Starts his second over, 9 for 6.
That's one, Dilly.
Easy single this time. 45 runs on the board.
Tungaria was good with the ball as well, and now getting a solid foundation for his team. Former Gujarat playing the Ranji Trophy as well in the early 1990s.
Come off a bit. Summer, do single there, buddy. Yeah, Skippy.
Definitely an opportunity there, but unfortunately Farid was not behind the stumps.
Get behind his stop, man.
Not sure what he was complaining about. Good work from the fielder, quick to the ball, quick release. And the throw was not too bad either, but Farid wasn't behind the stumps.
This time cutaway protection in at sweeper cover area. Just a single. 47 on the board. 3 singles of this over so far. 1 more remaining. Another easy single down to long off. End of the 11th over. India 48 without loss.
Mama Gajaman.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
India 48 for Nolos at the moment after 11 overs completed. 4 singles came from that previous over, bowled by Farid Hussain, who bowled just a couple of overs, none for 10. They need just 117 runs now with 34 overs remaining. So they have plenty of time left in this game. They've got a solid platform from these two openers, Iyer and Dungaria.
It's a bowling change from the scorebox end. Rajendra being given the ball. West Indies trying out all their spinning options.
Rajendra Dilraj into the attack. Looks like another leg spinner or a finger spinner.
Interesting to see him getting a bit of drift. Seems like more of a carom ball rather than a leg spin, which drifted in. Interesting to see what else he comes up with. That's beautifully picked off his hips. Dungaria, the batter, he's moving on swiftly. And the Indian half century comes up as well.
Yes, indeed. Too short down on the leg side. Easy pickings on that occasion for the right-hander. Dungaria moves on to 30s now. with that boundary. 53 on the board. Good bat in this. Single down to long on.
Dilraj is not really looking to spin the ball. It looks like he's just pushing it through in the front of his hand. So not much purchase. There's been a clear difference between the two spinners. The spinners of the two sides, rather. The Indians actually gave it a good rip, got plenty of purchase out of the surface, whereas the West Indian spinners have not really put a lot of revs on the ball, and we haven't really seen much spin in the second innings.
The quick single to finish that 12th over. India 55 for none.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Fakir Dungaria has had a good game so far. 2 for 23 in his 9 overs with the ball and unbeaten on 34 with the bat now. West Indies need to break through. You feel like the game is running away from them pretty fast.
Played up Ishley that time. Dungaria down to sweeper cover. Just the single once again. Farid Hussain into his third over. They're searching for that first breakthrough. Plenty of spin. And just the single that time. Look at that. A slight misfield there.
The spin has completely done in the skipper. Amin. Not an easy place to feel the backward point position. It's a full toss and a good looking stroke. He's found the gap with it as well. Iyer this time putting that away to the boundary.
Yes, these type of deliveries do not help their cause at all for West Indies. They're searching for that breakthrough.
Come on,
but
let's
poor
go,
delivery.
let's
This
go. Buddy.
around on the leg stump, easily put away by the right hand Iyer that time.
There you go, that's the breakthrough that the West Indians desperately needed. Iyer playing all around it. As you see, he is very disappointed. Short ball once again. Iyer just played all around it. Not sure how he missed that one.
Yes, indeed. It's a good comeback from the bowler. Take a look at this. Oh dear. Try to play on the back foot. Skidded through him. End of Iyer's knockoff. 21 of 32. India lose their first at 61 runs on the board.
Interesting to see the replay of that one. I think Iyer's back foot was quite close to the stumps as well. However, as we said, it is a timely breakthrough indeed. flush on the stumps there. Look at the disappointment. That's how much this tournament means to them as well. But he's contributed to a very good start for his team, so shouldn't be too disappointed. Set a good platform for this run chase. Earlier today, Sudesh and Stephen Howell rescued the West Indian innings. They were 113 for 8 at one stage. But an unbroken 51-run stand got them back on track, got them something to bowl at. And now the Indians, after starting very nicely, have lost their opening wicket.
6 runs came from that first 3 balls, and then he bounced back to pick up that wicket. This is Sandeep Shinde, the new man in for India in at number 3.
Okay, sorry. I thought actually you say yeah.
I like this from the West Indies. They've got 2 fielders catching. They need wickets. There's no other way they will win this game.
Let's go one. Catch him.
Oh, in the air for a while.
That's a good.
Just through his hands.
Good effort, Ras. Well done, boys. That's the cricket, fellas. That's the effort, guys.
Great effort from Boyce as well. That was a certain boundary that he got a hand on.
Guys, that's the effort.
That's what West Indies need in the field, a bit of inspiration. That looks dead. Very close, and up goes the finger. Great variation from Hussain. Got that straighter ball going, and the West Indians right back in this game.
Yes, indeed. Both openers being dismissed in the same over by Hussain. What an over it turned out to be for West Indies. They desperately to break that opening stand, and now they got both openers back in the hut.
Looked pretty good, that one, as soon as it struck his pads. Keeper, bowler was up straight away. The umpire took a bit of time and then put that dreaded finger up as Dungaria departs after a well-made 35, I must say, LBW Hussain.
$62 for 2 now. 2 new batters at the crease. That's what West Indies are looking for. They need to feel the pressure now on India.
It's definitely spin to win here at the CCC today. Spinners getting almost all the wickets in this game to fall so far. As we see Abhijit Ganguly walking out to the middle. He will be at the non-striker's end as the wicket fell off the last ball of the previous over. 2 wickets in that over as well for Farid Hussain. And skipper Amin says, I'll come into the attack as well now to put that pressure right on the Indians. There you go. That was the big appeal. And there was no doubt in the umpire's mind about that one.
Right. Let's go, Skippy. Yeah, let's go.
Skipper back with the ball for West Indies. Zamin Amin. None for 15 in his previous 4 overs. Coming round the wicket to the right-hander. That is the call and gone. There's another. They are back in big time, West Indies. 3 wickets at no time at all.
Farid is the man again, this time with the catch. A very sharp catch at short extra cover. Nicely flighted from Amin. Good bowling change as well by the skipper, bringing himself on. And Sandeep Shinde departs just after making 1 run, and India have lost 3 wickets in no time.
Take a look at this catch, high catch, and taken a brilliant reaction time from that fielder as well. Brilliant from West Indies though, after India getting a brilliant start with the batter.
I think this is what the game needed, a bit of life. 3 wickets have made this contest pretty even once again. And those vital runs down the order from West Indies might prove to be very crucial now.
That's a let's some. Yeah, correct. Thank you. Bola coming left arm over. 4 to come.
Mandar Padke is the new batter. A slip in place for him.
He's coming over the wicket now.
Your ball, Skippy.
Off the mark immediately with a single. 63 for 3. With now Ganguly on strike for the first time as well.
Correct, that's electric.
Yes, Amin will enjoy this a bit more. He wouldn't mind that single off the first ball. Ball into the right hander now.
Bring it, Skippy.
Plenty of fielders inside the circle as well. Lucky escape. Top edge running down towards the fine leg boundary. They should get back for a second as Boyce does the fielding. Few chances being created here by the West Indians.
Top page flies down to fine leg. Couple of runs. They took 64 for 3 now. Swept again. This will be a boundary. Yes, it has. Welcome boundary for India.
Yes, this is a shot we didn't see much from the West Indians in the first innings, but it's definitely a very effective shot, especially with the ball spinning a bit more. And Ganguly, he's faced only 2 balls, but he seems to be liking that shot quite a bit.
Last ball coming up. 69 for 3.
This looks very close, and up goes the finger. Live by the sword and die by it. That's what happens to Ganguly. 3 balls, 3 sweep shots. He gets 6 runs, and he loses his wicket as well.
However, West Indies are back in this. 4 wickets in 2 overs. Take a look at this. Abhijit Ganguly walks back for 6. India lost their 4th wicket as well.
This time, just a touch too full for the sweep, and I wonder if that ball spun a bit too much. However, the umpire didn't think so, as he ruled the batter out there And India are now 4 down. They've lost 4 wickets in just 2 overs there. Double strike for Amin and double strike for Farid as well.
Game is alive for both teams now. With Farid set to continue from this end.
Ball almost this way. By the white wall. They are not the white wall. Yeah. Alemo to your left, Baz. Baz. Thank you. Yeah. Good day.
Here's a replay once again.
By the end of the wall. Yeah, Baz.
It looked out as soon as he hit the shot rather, but the replay probably does suggest that the ball may have missed that off stump with the ball spinning away. As we see Vinayak Samant, who's just walked out to the middle. He's at the non-striker's end as well, as a wicket fell again off the last ball of the over.
Come on, guys.
Quick single of the mark.
Come on.
Left-hander. 70 for 4. Rather new batsman now on strike. Vinayak. Patke got a couple of singles as well.
Come. You have to save one.
So India from 61 for 4 have lost 4 wickets in the space of 8 runs. And now they needed a partnership desperately to get back into this game. However, only 95 runs to get, so one good partnership should get them close.
Let's go one. Let's go one. So a little bit to your right, Sudesh. A little bit to your right. Right, other right. Yeah, buddy.
And there goes a huge appeal once again.
I didn't see it. You blocked me there, batsman. I couldn't see it. Sorry about that.
Looked very close once again. That slider creating a lot of trouble against these Indian batters. This time the big spinner Farid mixing it up beautifully here. He's all over the Indian batters at the moment.
Vinayak Samant, the new man in. Leg side-ish, but it's still no run.
Well done, Sumer. That's it, buddy.
3 dots to the new man.
Watch the bounce.
Straight to cover this time.
No.
Nice.
Pressure building on the new batsman. Farid Hussain mixing up quite well at the moment with the slider, leg spinners, and that looks like a seam delivery. 15 overs completed. India 70 for 4 in reply.
Mama Gajaman.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So the India Over-50s are requiring a further 95 runs, 70 for 4 in 15 overs. Well, they were at one stage 58 for no loss. A spate of wickets. 4 wickets in just 4 runs. And they were, all of a sudden, they found themselves 64 for the loss of 4 wickets. And now, certainly the two batters out there in the middle realizes that they need to put up a partnership. They need to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets here, but at the same time, pick the runs up whenever it's possible, as they do now. Not where he intended to play, the ball way outside the off stump, coming on the front foot and trying to drive it down towards the offside, getting an inside edge. Ball running down towards the mid-on region. A run nevertheless. Need 94 runs more now. Target 165.
It has been a key feature in this Indian inning. They've rotated the strike quite well, putting them in this rather commanding position, at least 4 runs or 4 wickets before. Until they lost those 4 wickets, they were definitely in the driving seat of this game. The tables have turned. West Indies have picked up quick wickets. However, India keeping the scoreboard ticking. Papare and Vinayak both facing 9 balls thus far together. So very early partnership for the two of them. Lots will depend on them.
You're certainly right. Papare and Vinayak will be required to put their head down and play good cricket out here. Certainly the West Indies Over-50s making sure that they bowl wicket to wicket, keeping things very straight here. Very few loose balls, if at all. And the Indian Over-50s will be well devised to play their shots at the same time, to mix caution with aggression whenever possible, to make sure they keep the scoreboard ticking as well.
Sudesh just outside off stump. Again, India keeping the scoreboard ticking. Picks up another single, takes the score to 73 runs. Last delivery of the 16th over. 92 runs required of 205. Comfortable in terms of runs. Cautious, I would say, in terms of wickets. Brings us to the end of the 16th. India 4 down for 74 runs.
Mama Gajaman.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So, India Over-50s set a target of 165 to win. Got off to a rollicking start. Iyer, and then there was Dungaria. They put on 58. And then moment Dungaria was dismissed, the very next delivery, or just a couple of deliveries later, the second wicket falling, and then subsequently 2 more, and they were 64 for 4, and now they've got to 74. And these two batters, Vinayak and Papare, will be well advised to bat through these innings, to put up a good, sound partnership if they're to get back onto a good footing.
Good running between the wickets there by Vinayak and Papare. Picked up 2 quick runs. Not the best effort in the field. Poor throw, allowing for an easy couple.
So it's Stephen Howell back into his second spell. Bowled quite a tidy spell as he came into bowl. Opened the bowling, in fact, for the West Indies Over-50s. And after that classy innings, He put on 22 in just 19 runs in that very valuable partnership for the 9th wicket, which enabled West Indies over-50s to get to 164. They were tottering at 113 for 8. And it was that partnership which actually gave them a fighting chance here. And now the bowlers, the fieldings combining together put up a good show and to make it difficult for the Indian over-50s.
Keeping it tight there, Howell. Just the first ball drifting on to the pads of the batsman. Next two have come back strongly. Getting a bit of swing.
As predicted, Shamindra, I beg your pardon, as predicted, you can see the wicket is slowing down now. The carry has become very slow, and off the wicket, the ball just gently coming through. So stroke play, the timing has to be perfect for the batters. If they play a little bit too early, they'll be hitting in the air. And if they play a little too late, that also will cause them problems. So here, the timing has to be perfect. Of course, along with the timing, they got to get their placement right. And right now, the West Indies over-50 is not giving anything away to the Indians.
Again, beat the outside edge. Bit of miscommunication and confusion between the two Indian batters. The contrast in the approach of the Indians and the West Indians has been that the Indians haven't tried to hit the ball too hard. Like you said, they've tried to time the ball. They tried to allow the ball to come onto the bat. They've realized that this is a slow wicket.
So Rajesh Shahadio, the wicket keeper there, didn't collect the ball well, and the batsman thought they can take a run off the misfield behind the stumps by the wicket keeper. Almost ran himself out. Vinyak. Quick reflexes by the wicketkeeper. There we see the over coming to an end. 17 overs completed, chasing 165 to win. India over-50s, 76 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Mama Gajaman.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Come, Suresh.
So India over-50 is requiring further 89 runs. Plenty of overs left. And all they got to make sure is that they don't lose any more wickets here. They're already 4 down for 76. And, well, the West Indies over-50s will certainly have other plans. Now the captain, Zamin Amin, takes himself off. Bowled pretty well, picked up 2 wickets. And he's certainly now mixing it. Shuffling his bowl as well and keeping the pressure on the Indian batsman.
Ishwar Maharaj is the change for West Indies. We're coming right arm round to Padke. Bit of a loosey to start the over. Easy single.
So that's what the Indians will be looking at now. The Indian over-50s to work the ball into the gaps now. There are plenty of gaps on the off and on the onside as well. And to plan their innings, face their innings. But there are plenty of deliveries left. 197 balls to just get 88 runs. So all what they will require is cool heads now and to plan their innings, not to rush and then also take their time. But on the other hand, the West Indies will be now, well, they are now thinking they need to get another wicket or 2 and it will be all over.
West Indies definitely need to pick 2 wickets up. But as we suggest that, as a loosener from Ishwar, dropped in short, played handsomely on the offside by Vinayak to pick up a boundary. West Indies will need to regroup. They've done quite a decent job in the past 5-6 overs, keeping things a little tight, picking up quick wickets.
That was a very pleasing shot by Vinayak on the back foot. Not easy shot to play. A back of a lane delivery by
Ishwa
Maraj, yes. And the batsman rocking onto his back foot there. Full face of the bat on offering as he drilled that ball wide of the fielder. And this time playing it down once again towards the point region. Thought of a run. In fact, he took off. But the non-striker very wisely sent it back. No damage done.
Ishwa still struggling to find his line and length. 3 balls in. Considered a boundary and a single off the first 2. Again, short ball offside. No run.
That was a poor delivery. That should have been put away. And Vinayak most certainly ruined the fact he hit that ball straight to the extra cover fielder. He could have put that anywhere he wanted. He had plenty of time, plenty of width. And that ball was dragged down by the bowler. Very, very fortunate indeed. Not to give away runs in that over. There we see the final delivery coming up. Yes. One more delivery by Ishwar Maraj. A trifle expensive. Already given away 6 runs in this over in the first 5 deliveries. Now bowling to Padke.
Last delivery of Padke. Good length delivery to end the 18th. The target of 165. India are at 82 for the loss of 4.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV. Dialog.
So Stephen Howell continuing his second spell. That was virtually a half volley on the front foot. The batsman driving it well. But straight to the fielder at mid-off. Standing in the 30-yard circle. Had to move a couple of feet to his left. Fielded well. Covered it up well. And Howell probably will have to pull back his length a little. Yes, he does on this occasion. But a little bit of width on this occasion. And the batsman on the back foot. Opening the face of the bat. Using the pace of the delivery. Trying to run it down towards the third man. But straight to the point fielder once again. 2 dot balls.
Comfortable batting for the Indians. Even though the wicket A has proven to be a two-paced wicket, Indians making it look comfortable. Again on the back foot, handsomely played.
So Vinayak looking quite comfortable. Looks to be very strong on the back foot. Uses the crease well. Moves around. And using the depth of the crease there, once again on the back foot, punching it, but straight to the fielder.
Very good running between the wickets. Nothing wrong with the delivery there. Good length delivery, played with soft hands. Allowing the batsman to pick up a single. This was a key factor for West Indies in their inning. They couldn't manage to pick those easy quick singles up. India, even though they've lost 4 wickets. Coming back into the game now. Starting to put pressure back on the West Indians. Howell comes in. Pitches on leg stump, full length delivery. Beautifully clipped on the leg side. Picks up a boundary on the last delivery. Takes the score to 87 runs for the loss of 4 India. We see that replay again. Didn't try to hit it hard at all. Just guided the ball to the boundary. Very good batting, sensible batting by Padke and Vinyak.
Howell. Not only will you have to be careful the length that is bowling, but also the line, that time straying on the onside and paying with a boundary. Here he is now, this time much straighter, bringing the batsman on the front foot defensively. No addition to the score. 19 overs completed, 87 for 4. India over-50s chasing 165 to win.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
Padke continuing his good form from yesterday from the India-Australia game. He made a valuable 83 runs off 146 deliveries. Definitely would want to get some runs today as well. Continue his good form with the bat. Vinyak nudges is on the leg side.
So the Over-50s tournament, which began in 2018, the first ever played in Sydney, with 8 teams taking part, with Australia defeating Pakistan by 3 runs, and setting the stage for this rollicking tournament to take place every 2 years in 2020. It was played in Cape Town, but was abandoned due to COVID. A couple of matches were played, and then the tournament was dropped. In 2023, once again in South Africa, Cape Town, and that time it was England who won, beating South Africa in the finals. England making 267 for 8, and South Africa making only 202. And now we see here in Sri Lanka, 16 teams in the fray, and 56 matches, and most of the matches scheduled back to back. Yesterday 6 matches were played, and today we have another 6 happening. Tomorrow will be a well-earned rest day for most of these young 50-plus field players. I'm sure they will be looking for the rest and to recuperate as well. All young at heart, and certainly giving their best here with the bat, ball, and then of course in the field as well.
Let's call them the over-50 boys.
Well, I'm playing over 60s.
Still a boy.
Sometimes I'm running, but then I realize I'm still in the same place, though.
Forget to switch gears.
Tell me. Now, that's a pleasing shot. That's splendid. Going out of the back foot there. Didn't time it well. And getting it past the point fielder down towards the cover region. Almost reached the boundary. 2 runs. And Padake has moved to 12 now. And total 92 for 4. 165 is the target. The 2 Indian batters keeping their eye on the scoreboard. Runs coming thick and fast now.
Very loose ball there by Amin. Wide signal by the umpire. Probably a slip of the hand. the International Masters Over-50 World Cup, going on till the 23rd of February. Make sure you catch the live action on the Papare live platforms on social media, on YouTube and Facebook.
So Amin bowls a 5 delivery. That's another dot. 5 runs and a wide in that over. And the over comes to an end. 20 overs completed. 93 for 4. India Over-50s chasing 165 to win.
Well, after losing 4 wickets in quick successions, India have regained full control of this game. And with that being said, I got with me the chairman of IMC, Mr. Sterling Hammond, with me on the commentary box. Welcome, Mr. Sterling, to the commentary box and to Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much. It's just an honour and a pleasure to be here.
Well, of course, this tournament is giving a second chance for most of these players to play the game that they love. Was that the reason for organizing this?
Yes, it's an interesting question because when you get a vision, you do for certain reasons. But as the vision becomes a reality, there's a whole lot of other reasons that tumble out. And if that happens, then the concept becomes viable. And that's what happened here.
Absolutely, and India are on full control of this game. At the 20th over mark, 93 runs, losing just 4 wickets. And that will be another single for Vinayak. So, Mr. Sterling, why Sri Lanka for 2025?
Well, first of all, I'd toured Sri Lanka in 1982 on a cricket tour, and I returned here in 2016. And I knew the attributes of Sri Lanka in relation to cricket. They love their cricket, like a lot of places around the world. Just love their cricket. Their facilities are first class. I mean, these grounds that we're playing on are absolutely fabulous. They have appreciation of good cricket, no matter who plays it. The weather is fabulous. Colombo as a city to visit is easy to get around. The hotels are first class, and it's so easy to get here. And a last consideration is that it's a very, very good cost place to come, because if you go to other higher cost places, it tends to limit the availability of players. And coming here for all those reasons, and particularly that the Sri Lankans love their cricket. They've got some of the world's greatest cricketers that have ever played the game. It's a celebration of the game, and that's why we're here.
For lovely reasons, and there was a lovely hit through the gap for a boundary on the back foot by Padke, continuing his good form from yesterday. He got 83 runs, as said before, off 114 deliveries against Australia, unfortunately on a losing course. Well, nevertheless, Mr. Sterling, it's absolutely fantastic, isn't it, having facilities and having grounds just within your reach, 5-4 grounds around this area itself, and you have the opportunity to travel from one match to another match in like 5-6 minutes.
Well, absolutely right. I mean, you take today, for example. I've walked 50 metres from one of the best grounds in Colombo where Pakistan are playing Australia. And I just walked across the road, and here I am watching India play West Indies in an absolutely superb ground, club ground, with the wonderful bar, wonderful facilities. And and I cannot believe that a club ground has its own lights. So, and there are so many grounds in Colombo like this. Today there is a ground that we're playing on the private ground, about 45 k's out of town, but the facilities are first class. The wickets have been fabulous, and the staff of the clubs that assist us in making our stay, to make the players comfortable, it's just been fabulous.
Well, we'll talk a lot more about it in the next over. At the moment, at the end of 21 overs, India 100 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Well, Mr. Sterling, during the break, we saw a lovely ad of the PUSA Grounds at Bandaragama, a newly laid ground in Sri Lanka. And have you been there?
No, I'm going on Thursday, and I'm really looking forward to it. It has a personal connection for me because in 1993 I was fortunate to, my wife and I, to buy some acreage about an hour out of Sydney, and I built a cricket ground there, and so I know what it's like to operate a private cricket ground and have people come and play and enjoy the facilities. So I'm really looking forward to going there.
Well, it's the first time in Sri Lanka a private cricket ground with that many facilities has been laid, and probably in South Asia as well. But nevertheless, even I am eagerly waiting to visit that ground. The pictures look fantastic, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and there's something special in playing out in the countryside in a facility like that. It's one thing to play like we always do in city grounds, and people drive by and yell out, have a go, you mug, and all that sort of stuff. But when you're out in the countryside and there's just nothing but you and nature and the cricket gods, it's a special experience.
Certainly it is, and India are on full control of this game. West Indies desperately needs a wicket here. India just needing 63 runs of 171 deliveries. And which side are you switching right now?
I'm sorry?
Which side are you on right now? Do you think India will win or West Indies will win from here on, given the fact that India are 102 runs for 4 wickets?
Well, forgive me, but I played a lot of cricket in my life, and predicting cricket games is an experience fraught with danger. As we saw earlier in this innings, India were cruising, and they lost 4 wickets for virtually 1 run. So things can change dramatically. The first thing that's got to happen is that the bowling's got to get tight to drop run rate. And then if the cricket guards get involved and there's a run out or a freak catch or whatever, then the beauty of this product is that anything can happen. And whereas when you watch the big league, you expect top-class professional players to produce a result. Here, anything can happen, and that's one of the beauties of the game.
Absolutely. Not long ago, India lost 4 wickets in 2 overs, and that will end the 22nd over. India 103 runs for the loss of 4 wickets, and it will be drinks.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක් දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Welcome back. We had a short drinks break and we are back again with the live action of this game between India versus West Indies. A must-win situation for India. They lost their opening game and they have this game in their hand. On the other hand, West Indies are looking to go 2 wins in a row. 62 runs needed of 168 deliveries. Not a lot as far as runs are concerned, But West Indies, if they can grab another couple of wickets, anything could happen in this game. Well, Mr. Sterling, 6 games happening at the same time, all 6 being telecasted on social media and on other platforms. Quite achievement, isn't it?
That's right, and around the world, and there's a lot of people watching around the world. It's not only friends and relatives of the players, but cricket enthusiasts around the world are watching, and it's fabulous, the technology. And you blokes are doing an amazing job covering the games with different camera angles, and your commentary, I must say, is absolutely par excellence. Thank you.
Well, thank you for giving us these opportunities, especially for the Papare team to showcase our talent on the international platform, as we got the news that 3 teams are on verge of winning 2 back-to-back games. New Zealand, Australia and Sri Lanka already won their second game in a row, and West Indies here has the opportunities. So the tournament is heating up, and that's good for the tournament, isn't it?
Absolutely. You want interest, and to particularly what's happening in other games. And that's a brilliant concept of the World Cup. You play a different country every day. You play a different country every day. You have the countries win, country lose. So there's a fight for the final placings. And I was just thinking to myself today, watching this game, you have players from the West Indies. Oh, this is interesting. No, he's giving him not out. You've got players from the West Indies who have come from all their separate islands in the West Indies. So they've come from their houses in St. Lucia and St. Kitts and Barbados and Guyana and those places. And they've all gathered here in Colombo as a team to play against a team from India, from big cities and villages in India. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful celebration of human sport and representing your country. So even at this age, particularly at this age, when players never had a chance because they weren't good enough to play for their country, are now representing their country in the second innings, as you said earlier. And it's not only the physical aspect of the game, the love of the game, playing the game, the uncertainty of the results, the enjoyment of playing on foreign soil for your country, but what I've been consistently told by the players, that at the age of 50, it's a crossroads in your life. You're on top of your career. Your children are starting to become independent, and so the question becomes, what's left for you in the next 10 or 15 years? And this game has brought people to a purpose, that is get fit, enjoy the camaraderie of our mates and play the game, and go on to foreign soil and play a World Cup. So it's the mental aspect, just not the physical aspect, that I'm finding people are really appreciative of.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what Basil from the West Indian squad told me as well, giving them a second innings, and also they've been a part of the game for a while, be it coaching or be it mentoring or be it in some other way, and now they finally get a chance to show their children what they are capable of doing. And this is indeed a brilliant initiative, and the over started off with a boundary and a misfield. West Indies are in a spot of bother. They desperately need a wicket here. They have to break this partnership. Padke and now Vinayak are on full control of this game as Dilraj sets to bowl his third delivery. Kept low, kept very, very low. Just missed the stumps. The keeper couldn't believe it. And would be interesting to see a replay of it. And here it is. Oh my goodness. Missing the stumps by a whisker. Nobody had any idea about that delivery.
This is great. One of the great things about 50s cricket. We've all been in this close situation many, many times, and we know what is required to win, and we know what's what'll happen, the reasons why you lose. So there's plenty of experience out there to find a way to win.
Will be the final delivery of the outside edge of the bat. Will be a dot ball to end. But I beg your pardon, there is one more delivery left, and that was a replay of the previous ball yet again. The batsman was livid. He couldn't believe it. And a dot ball to end the 24th over. India 109 runs for the loss of 4 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
56 runs needed off 156 deliveries. Vinayak on 17, Padke on 23. Both batters batting quite well as the skipper Amin comes back to attack, and it was there to be hit. Just a single will be a no ball, and India will have a free hit. Not the best of deliveries to start off your third spell from the skipper. Here's that replay. It was there to be put away. Nevertheless, they have another opportunity to go at the bowler. Padke will be the man facing it, the lucky man to face the free hit delivery. And to make things better, the free hit comes when the scoreboard is on Nelson. And that's something fascinating for the batsman.
I was about to say that from the previous over, how good was the control of the spinner, and then the other end comes on and bowls a waist high full toss, and above the waist high full toss, and now he bowled a wide. But the other thing I just noticed is the interesting nature of the wicketkeeper. He's got his trousers on outside of his pads. I've never seen that before.
One ball, one ball, one ball.
Even at the age of 50, we're trailblazers, even if it's in cricket dress.
Well, another interesting thing happened was Amin bowled with his hat on for a while, and once the batters were going after him, he just removed the hat and he got few dot deliveries, and that's when he got 2 wickets as well. And he's back on with the hat. Probably the heat doesn't help the cause for him.
Well, you know, cricketers just people who are very, wanting the gods to favour them. So they're very, looking for some advantage, whether hat on or hat off.
Another shorter delivery played on the back foot, straight towards that square leg fielder who was waiting for it. And the partnership moves up to 45 runs. And India just need another 51 runs of 153 deliveries. They have enough time to get this go. But they should be smart on the way that they approach from here on. They can't be overly defensive and they can't be overly aggressive as well.
Let's go, Skip.
Has to rotate the strike as Amin set to bowl his 4th delivery. Well, Mr. Sterling, any final thoughts before you leave the commentary box?
First of all, yes, we're so appreciative of the support that you guys in the commentary have given us to cover the game. We're so appreciative of the Sri Lankan Cricket Board and all the clubs who have entered into this arrangement, and it's just a celebration life, and To be frank, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. So thank you very much, and all the best to everybody. Thank you.
Well, that was Mrs. Sterling. Thank you very much, and all the very best for your future endeavours and for the completion of this wonderful tournament. We are heading into the final delivery of the 25th over. India 116 runs for the loss of 4 wickets, and the score will move up to 117 runs, and India needs another 48 runs in 150 deliveries. There will be a change of voices in the commentary box from the next over.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team. England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025. 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Much needed partnership for the Indians. Fadke and Vinayak putting on 48 for this 5th wicket. Zameen Amin, the West Indian captain, trying out all his possible options at the moment. Just 48 more runs needed, as you can see on the bottom of your screen.
You're certainly right. And now Indians well on course here. Unless, well, this is a game of so many things that can happen. And there we see that ball turned away from the pads, glanced down towards the fine leg area and picking up a single. Was it off the bat or the pad? Umpire has not single, but it was a leg by, so that's off the bat. A game of uncertainty. So many things can happen. We saw how India was cruising at 58 for no loss, and all of a sudden 4 wickets fell. And for just 4 runs, and they were 63 for 64 for 4. And since then, they'll be picking themselves up. And good, steady batting by both Padke and then Vinayak, making sure that they don't lose a wicket, but at the same time, pick up the runs as well.
Yes, Basil having a ball for the first time in this game. Gentle medium pace. Captain Zameen Amin has got 2 overs left, and Farid Hussain's got 3 left. Those are the 2 main wicket takers so far in this innings. Beautifully picked up off his legs, but he finds the fielder. I think Captain Amin needs to quickly turn to Farid Hussain again. That might be his last throw of the dice, with just 47 runs left for India to get. That ball started to swing out of nowhere, and it has not given the keeper a chance either. That's 5 wides, crucial runs in a low-scoring game.
Certainly right. The keeper standing up on that occasion now, making his way back. That was a quicker delivery and also way outside the off stump, and it was a wide as well. And swinging further away, the wicketkeeper had absolutely no chance, standing close to the stumps. And well, these are runs the Indians will take. Anything that comes their way, they'll be pretty happy now. They've got to 123. And certainly West Indies over-50 will have to tie things up. They'll have to be very smart out in the field. They are defending a paltry score now. And they'll have to do well, but it's not to be. Wide outside the off stump, plenty of width on the back foot, crunching it well into the gap. Down to the boundary it goes for 4 runs.
Yes, earlier as well, when India were 4 down captain Amin decided to go with pace, and I think that got the Indian batters going again. And similarly, again, he is making the mistake of providing pace on the ball for the Indian batters, making things a bit more easier.
Certainly right. Basil from the find. This time much closer to the wicket. And on the back foot, punch it Vinyak, but straight to the mid-off fielder. He looks to be very strong on the back foot. The current partnership is 58 of just 72 deliveries. So these two batsmen have certainly brought India back into the fray.
An expensive over comes to an end. 10 runs off it. India 128 for 4.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
මම ගජමෑන්.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So the West Indies captain Zamin Amin Papri heard you. Now turning to spin. And one wonders whether it's a little bit too late now. India requiring another 37 runs unless they pick up a couple of quick wickets here to throw the gauntlet back onto the Indian batters. There we are.
There's a good ball going on with the arm, but unfortunate for the bowler. The batter finds an edge that carries on to the third man boundary. Welcome runs for India, and they get even more closer to that victory target now.
Well, a moral victory to Sudesh there. And certainly that ball was pitching on mid and off, and a slight hint of spin away from the batsman. And just getting an outside edge and the ball running into the vacant area. Very, very fortunate indeed. But India will take it any way that comes now. And certainly welcome runs to the Indians. Taking the pressure off now. And they require the partnership getting pretty strong now. 63 of 74 deliveries for the 5th wicket. And now India on a song.
Yes, Sudesh doesn't seem to be a big spinner off the ball. He seems to be darting in a few off spinners. I think he might enjoy bowling against the left-hander a bit more than the right-hander. He was also the standout performer with the bat. It was unfortunate to not go on to make a half-century. He finished on 49 not out.
Yes, that was a great partnership that he put together with Howell, who made 22 of just 19 deliveries. Propping that West India's over-50s innings. They were trottering at 113 for 8, enabling them to get to 164. And now here he is with the ball, bowling his third over. 18 runs conceded. Sudesh bowling gentle off spinners. More or less you see the pace of the wicket there. Maybe a little bit quicker through the not giving the ball any very flatter trajectory and hurrying the batsman, and the ball skidding through as well in most of the occasions.
Farid Hussain has to be throwing the ball sooner rather than later. He's got 3 overs up his sleeve as that ends over number 27. India on song, 133 for 4.
Pua Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
The West Indies Over-50s captain Zamin Amin now realizes it's now or never. He has to throw everything now. And also bringing his best bowlers, irrespective of the number of overs they have. Either they take a wicket now, because there's no chance of defending this score anymore. 32 runs record of 138 deliveries. If West Indies is to have any chance in this match of winning this, they have to pick up wickets here. And that's what the intention will be. Strong offside field, 3 men on the onside. So certainly the line of attack will be the off stump. Here he is. Very lucky to get away with that tossed up delivery on mid-line leg. The batsman on his knees. They are sweeping it well, connected it well, timed it well. Man on the boundary line. That is Howell on his knees, covering that delivery, making sure it does not going past him. Good bit of fielding. Sends a return, 1 run to India.
Partnership moves on to 65 as well. It has come in good time, just off 80 balls. I think the fielder has done a little bit of damage to his knee, I think. A bit of skin has come off there. Rough area on the ground.
So this tournament going from strength to strength, and all this coming off idea in having watched a match, an over 60 match when England and Wales played with each other way back in 2009. And then the two people who have set the stage for the over-50s, Sterling Hammond and Jim Morrison. Having watched these two encounters, the 2009 encounter between England and Wales, which was a 60-over affair, which was followed in 2017, a 50 overs or over-50s a tournament played between Australia, or a match that was played between Australia and Wales in 2017. Came up with the idea of staging this over-50s tournament, and in 2018, the first tournament took place in Australia, Sydney, with 8 teams taking part using the pink ball. And Australia defeating Pakistan in a cliffhanger by 3 runs. And then way back in 2020, the tournament was abandoned due to COVID. And 2023, England running out victorious, defeating South Africa. And this time we have 16 teams here in Sri Lanka taking part in the tournament. 56 matches, a total of 56 matches. 6 matches being played on a day. Yesterday we had 6 matches, and today another 6 matches, back-to-back matches.
Easy.
Plenty of confusion in the middle there, but eventually the Indian batters crossing over for a single. Initially Vinayak was sent back, but then the overthrow helping Padke get a single there. "17 overs left after this one, and just 28 runs needed. So it is wickets indeed that the West Indies need.
A little bit of loose fielding by the West Indies. Well, drooping shoulders, not going to help them. They need to stay positive. Anything can happen. Still, India is 26 runs away. And they need to pull something out of the hat now. Maybe have a couple of close infielders and crowd the batsman a little. Put a little bit of pressure on the batters as well.
Another single to end over number 28, India 140 for 4.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
So plenty of encouragement by the wicketkeeper behind the stumps to the rest of the West Indies teammates. He says 2 more wickets, that's all what we need to get back into this match. Stay strong, stay positive, and let's see what can happen. 25 runs required, 101 deliveries left.
You got this, buddy. You guys running well.
Yes, the feature of this partnership has been the running. They've run really well between the wickets. And getting that loose odd boundary as well, rather.
That's it, Suresh. That's it, buddy. Come on,
West Indies
Come on, guys.
desperate to build some
Come on,
pressure
Witness.
here.
Come on, fellas.
Indians did lose 4 wickets for 8 runs, rather, in the middle of the innings. They were 61 for no loss. Quickly slid on to 69 for 4. That's what West Indies would be hoping for again.
Certainly right, Sudesh. Janiram trying to keep it as straight as possible, maintain a consistent line and length, and making the batsman make the risk. Take the risk. As we saw in the last occasion, the ball just slightly pitched outside the off stump, using the pace of the delivery, running it down towards the third man region.
Then it dive! Come on, man! Extra effort, man!
Once again, nicely punched down the ground. Padke and Vinayak doing it at ease now. Other than those 4 wickets in the middle, this has been a very controlled run chase, I must say, from the Indians.
Absolutely, they've been looking very confident, hardly giving any opportunity for the West Indies to pick a wicket. They're very solid in defense, and they've been very aggressive on the loose ball as well, as we see in the last occasion, punching that ball down the ground, picking up 2 runs.
Let's use the hands and get it
So
in, fellas.
anything loose, anything pitched up to them, anything with a little bit of width, they're certainly gone after it. So this is very good batting by the Indian over-50s. That's not going to help. The loose deliveries, wides. The partnership is 76 of 90 deliveries now for the 5th wicket. Vinayak on 38 of 48. And Padake on 29 of 43.
That's a great stroke. He's found that gap at extra cover. And Vinayak ends that over with a beautifully struck boundary to take India to 149 for 4 at the end of the 29th over.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So the Indian Over-50 is requiring only another 16 runs, 149 for 4, 165 is the target. And they bowl themselves into winning position in the morning, keeping things very tight and not allowing the West Indies Over-50s to pick runs that easily. They had them in many difficulties. At one stage it was 60 for 5 and then once again 113 for 8 before they rallied around of that partnership for the 8th wicket to get on to 164. And now the Indians, who themselves was found in a little bit of bother, being at 58 for 4, and now picked themselves up beautifully and brilliantly and have got to 149 for 4.
Meanwhile, Australia have cruised through in their run chase as well. 208 for 2 currently. Just 1 run to win the game against Pakistan in the neighbouring ground at NCC. Stephen Mace, their opener, has struck a brilliant century. He's currently unbeaten on 108.
So certainly the conditions has not been of trouble for him. This heat and also the warm conditions, stifling heat here to get a century. And just in the neighbouring ground across us, even here at the CCC, the conditions very dry. Of course, there's a cold breeze across the grounds. The sun beating down on the players, even though it's afternoon now, late afternoon. Once again, 2 runs being picked up, hitting it into the gap, and the batsman scurrying across. The ball hitting the stumps and ricocheting down towards the mid-wicket region, and 1 more run, 1 more addition to the score of that overthrow.
Only 12 runs away now, India. Plenty of time to do it as well. Very hard for the West Indians to come back from here.
It's a little disappointing to see the West Indies seems to have given up. In fact, when there was 25-30 runs to be picked up by the Indians, they were not attacking the 2 Indian batsmen, content to defend the field far and wide spread out and allowing the Indians to score runs at will. Just push the ball into the gaps, yawning gaps both on the on and the off side. So it's Hossain into the attack now. And, well, he has picked up 2 for 39.
Rip it, buddy. Come on, Wani.
So there you are. Those are the gaps that we were talking about. Once again, on the back foot, punching it into the sweeper cover region. 30 overs have been completed. 154. And that over conceding 4 runs. 11 required. And for the Indians, 30 overs completed, 154 for 4.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Well, the ship is set to sail on the Indian shores as Papare and Vinayak have anchored these innings nicely with a brilliant partnership. Just 11 more runs needed of 15 overs. It's well and surely India's game unless something dramatic happens in these final few deliveries.
So it started off with a no ball. It's going to be a free hit now for Papare, who is on 31 of 48. This has been a match-defining partnership between these two batters. 86 from 98 balls for this fifth wicket.
Well, the only dramatic thing happened was the bowler, Dilraj, stepping his back foot on the guideline. That's why the no ball was called from the umpire. Papare coming down the ground, couldn't really get any connection. Just 10 more runs needed, and Vinayak on the other end is on 45 runs off 50 deliveries. A well-composed innings by him as well. He deserves to get to his 50. Well, good thing from West Indies is that they are not giving up. They are still giving the fight. Here's that free hit delivery yet again. Not getting under it. It was a wide heave from the batter this time. Will be a boundary, will it? Yes, it will be. The score moves up to 159 runs. Just 6 more runs to get.
Dilly, you can't drift down there, buddy.
Partnership moves up to 90 as well. What a partnership this has to be between these two batters. They got off to an excellent start, but lost 4 wickets at no time in between couple of overs. Then these two batters stitched together a brilliant partnership at the middle.
Well, what was lacking from the West Indian bowling department was when they got the 4th wicket, they could have applied a bit more pressure onto the batters. It was far too easy for Papare and Vinayak to just rotate the strike. They didn't take any unnecessary risk. They were just rotating the strikes, and that really caused West Indies to be in a position that they are in right now. And here's Dilraj to ball the final delivery of his over. Nicely played on the back foot. Will switch ends and will retain the strike, Papare. And that ends the 31st over. West India 160 runs for the loss of 4 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pua Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So just 5 runs away from the victory here for India. They will be pleased with their effort after losing their opening game yesterday to Australia. Let's put away, going down to the boundary as well. The scores are level. 164 for 4 now, India. Just 1 run away from this win now. Patke also moves on to 40s as well, 40 of 56.
Here's the replay of that boundary. Unfortunately, Vinayak won't be able to get to his half century unless Patke decides to block the rest of the 5 deliveries of the over. And Hussain, he did bowl well in patches, got those 2 important wickets in 1 over, and since then hasn't really been able to cause any damage on this Indian batting lineup. And they looked to get a single, but was sent back by the non-striker Vinayak. And Patke, of course, as we've been saying from the beginning, continuing his good form from the previous game against Australia. He scored 83 runs there. And here, he has almost scored 40 runs just to get that final run. They're taking a long, long while here, Malinder.
Yes, indeed. Just trying to stick it to a gap to complete that final run. Let's see. 3 balls remaining in this over. He's blocked that one as well.
He's really teasing the West Indian bowlers and the fielders as India are yet to win this game. They have to get 1 more run, and
that will do it.
Yes, it will. India beat West Indies comprehensively here at the Colombo Cricket Club ground, and this is a much needed win for India after going down to Australia in the previous game. That game, they had the game in their pockets, and today they have made West Indies lose this game, and they have controlled this chase very, very well.
Yes, indeed, Kevin. Vinayak and Patke stitched together 96 run stand for this 5th wicket. Unbroken stand. Came off just 109 balls. At one stage, they were reeling with losing 4 wickets in a couple of overs after a good half-century stand for the opening wicket. But these 2 batters held their nerves and struck a superb partnership to take their side home pretty comfortably in the end.
A 96-run partnership of 109 deliveries. West Indies at one point were head of the game. They got 4 wickets in just a couple of overs time, but since then India have made this run chase look easy. This wasn't the most easiest of wickets to bat on. There are lots of patches in that surface that this game was played on, but India wasn't really troubled of it. And the good thing from India was they were playing the sweep shot very well, and that's one thing which was lacking in the West Indian inning. And nevertheless, West Indies, they have 1 win in their ranks, and India, they also have 1 win in their ranks. And we will have an off day tomorrow, and day after both these teams will be back on the field playing their games as the tournament will go on. So as of now, Australia, New Zealand and Sri Lanka remains the only teams to win back-to-back games, as West Indies failed to beat India here to join the ranks of those 3 teams. And here we are looking at the batting card, set to look at the batting card of the Indian inning. It was brilliant from the start itself. Iyer getting 21 runs off 32 balls. Dangeria getting 35 runs off 45 balls. Unfortunately, Shinde and Ganguly were the only 2 batters who couldn't get into double figures. And it was that brilliant partnership between Patke and Vinayak, a 96-run partnership. Patke scoring 41 runs and Vinayak scoring 45 runs, both missing out on their half centuries. But nevertheless, what's important is that their team, India, have won the game by 6 wickets.
Here's the bowling card for West Indies. The two spinners tried hard with the skipper Samin Amin. 7 overs through 2 for 36, while Farid Hussain with his leg spin 8.5 overs 2 for 45. Those two bowlers tried to turn it around at that time, picking up 4 wickets in quick succession, but no other bowlers able to put Indian batters under pressure with picking up crucial wickets. Couple of wickets, 1 for 61, then lose 3 in the addition in 11 balls. And take a look at this, what happened in this clash between West Indies and India. West Indies, they won the toss and decided to bat first. They got 164 for 8 in their 45 overs. Sudesh notched up a brilliant knock down the order, 49 of 87. Romain made 28 of 62, and Havel also struck a quick fine knock down the order, 22 of just 19 balls. Dungaria 2 for 23, and Ramanujam also picked up a couple of wickets as well. In reply, India chased down the target in 31.5 overs after losing 4 wickets and win this clash by 6 wickets in the end.
And we are set to look at the highlights from this concluded game between India Over-50 and West Indies Over-50. And this is how the Indian innings started. It was a good opening partnership of over 40 runs, and right from the beginning they were going after the bowling of West Indies, and it was a calm and composed start from India. Didn't take any unnecessary risks, and I believe there wasn't a single six in this Indian innings, Marinder.
Yes, indeed. Especially in those first 15 overs, they got plenty of runs and set the tone while chasing that 165-run target. Two openers seems to be in good touch during that period. But once the partnership broken, West Indies have a comeback with claiming that 4 wickets in quick succession. But then these two batters losing 4 for 62, I reckon. But then these two batters especially counter-attack brilliantly against these West Indies bowlers. An unbeaten 96-run partnership take them home safely. Played all around the park. Patke and Vinayak have a brilliant outing in the middle.
Well, West Indies could have done a lot better with the ball, and they had the momentum at times, and they just let it slip away. Could have been a much closer game, but unfortunately India was the better side, and yes, India beat West Indies by 6 wickets here at the Colombo Cricket Club grounds.